Yeah,
I worked so hard on this week. I am so excited.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Is that a sign that we should be concerned or excited as well?
Absolutely. We should, like, I'm scared but also aroused.
Scaroused is what you're looking
yeah,
for.
Karaz, it's a thing.
Gotta love Futurama.
Like, I'm
Nice,
scared but
nice.
also, like, here for it. Like, I'm okay with it.
I also got a new pen.
Oh,
That's exciting.
man. I gotta adjust your volume.
Sorry.
Nope, all good. Sometimes, like, it's okay, then other times it's like my ears.
Well, there was just a Windows update, and also my RAM installation fucked with all of my sound settings.
Of
So
course
I
it
don't
did,
know.
because it always does.
Yeah, like why wouldn't it? Right?
That's how it works. You didn't know that?
I can just say it. Mine's a mess, so you don't get to see the thing in the game chat. Sorry.
Now, I suppose it might just to show, like, I literally just changed to the right side of the picture there,
Mm-hmm.
to where I have the smaller room for both your streams.
Yeah. The
It was
streams
set
are
up-
actually behind my character sheet.
I used to have it set up to where the Discord is on right hand side, and then I would have left hand side for whatever. Nor if it's the other game, that's where I have like NPC sheets and everything.
Yep. Yep.
I don't have them all. I regretted the day that the group met a lot of those people from that guild. I had way too many character sheets open at once.
I bet.
Honey, I'm so glad that they didn't decide to speak to more people in that ballroom.
Yeah, but just in case, I decided to pull up
There is
everyone
still
that
time.
there is. It's still going
It
on.
all depends on what you do.
Mm-hmm.
It all depends on what you do.
Dun dun dun.
Dun dun dun.
Bam, bam,
I remember my
bam.
camera, so hold on, let me.
Also,
Also-
Zoe.
New t-shirt!
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh,
The fact
I'm
that
wearing
that
mine.
song came on your shuffle, I was cackling.
Yeah, sorry, carry on, Ghost.
I'm wearing my new one that my kids actually got me for Christmas.
Oh. I also have a new hoodie.
Yeah. I'm not
I like
wearing
it.
anything special because I can't find my dice giveth and dice taketh away hoodie. It's buried somewhere in my room.
I just have lots of new clothes that's making me happy. You know, I should change playlists. That would help.
I'm getting a new hoodie in a couple weeks.
Ooh.
I wanna get one that says there's one that I found that's got like this really cool like filigree on it and it says dice hoarder. Cause accurate. I don't know if you've seen Ghost, but behind me there is one full rack that's full of dice, and there's another one that exact same size above that that's totally full.
I've seen it. I've seen it.
And I still have more. Look, there's more.
Actually, I don't have any of my physical dice with me right
But
now.
wait.
But wait, there's more.
Well, I'm gonna munch. I'll be a second.
Who's doing recap?
Me.
Aw.
And then Ghost.
I don't know if I want to
Yeah.
stall a little bit longer.
For Link.
Oh,
I
I'm
mean,
pretty sure everybody
he's
here has seen it
downstairs.
already.
Seen
What?
Oh yeah.
You can't really see it as well with this. That a
See?
link?
See?
Well,
Ah! How good am I? How fucking good am I? Hi, Link. Good evening.
Ooh.
You guys made a bet on your friend?
What?
Yeah?
What?
Yeah. Why is
I
that
didn't hear it.
surprising?
I didn't hear what you said. All I heard was, I never have friends.
You guys
You
bet
guys
on your
didn't bet on
friend.
my
Yep.
You don't bet
and
on
you
your
guys
friend?
didn't win?
I didn't bet on you. I literally just,
Oh,
Wither
okay.
goes, who's doing recap? And it goes, do you not just want to stall just a little bit longer for Link? And they were like, oh, you said it'll be 20 minutes. And in you fucking come. And I'm like,
I
ah!
love it some. I love it. It turned out so good, dude.
It did.
I like it.
You can kind of see it a little bit, but yeah, there's like... Oh, you can see the scales right here. But yeah, I'm happy with
I
it.
got a
Such
very-
a great job with that.
I got a
Mhm.
very excited Snapchat the day that came in.
Yeah. Yeah.
He was like, oh,
And
I
here's
was
the
like,
worst
what?
part.
What?
Here's the
What?
worst part. And now Sam understands why I was like so excited but also slightly disappointed when I was showing off the one that I got, my first one, because it's so freaking sparkly, some, but it never goes through that way when you're trying to show people, and it's so sad.
I'm still sorry for what I said about what your cut looked like it said, Wither.
What?
I don't remember what you said.
I still... Good. Let's leave it that way.
It was something inappropriate, wasn't it?
Not necessarily.
So yes, got it.
So she's still working on my cup because I was in a call with her yesterday. She goes, "Your cup is pissing me off," and I was like, "I'm sorry." She goes, "The scales one was super easy. Yours has been driving me insane, and I don't know why. It's not even that complicated. I'm having her do like a color melt." And she's like, "I had it perfect, and I was getting ready to epoxy it." And she goes, "It was 1 a.m. I was trying to just get it done. Don't use a brush that has ink on it." Just across the whole thing, and she looked at her husband and goes, "Shit."
Oh, that
So
sucks.
she had to take like a dollar store bin, put it in the sink, and soak all of the glitter off. Thankfully, she hadn't epoxied it yet.
Mm-hmm.
But she was like, "I had to soak all the glitter off," and she goes, "Now I'm gonna make that cup my bitch." She was so angry.
I like the attitude.
She's sassy. I love her. And she's like, "Did you see the D20 on the bottom? Did I do good?" And I was like, "You did. You did really good."
Alright, so everyone's here and ready?
And I did the going live tweet, so nobody else has to do it. You can all just retweet me
Mine's
this
just scheduled. Mine's just scheduled every week
I
now. I do it for 10 past every week now because it gives us time to sort of have the bullshit before session.
Yeah, get it out of our systems.
Yeah.
I feel like my chair is lowered. Hang on.
I feel
I
like
can always tell
chair's
because
not
my
in
head's
right.
not exactly in the right spot in my camera frame. There we go.
My camera just moves around a lot. Like this earlier today, it was actually sitting like out behind my my red hood pop. And I was like, I came in earlier today and I was like, what the? Oh, that's what that is.
Do you have it on like a stand or what?
I have it on 2 boxes, which have like Umbrella Academy figures in it.
I put mine on top of this!
So I feel really put together now, and I didn't before because mine is actually 3M stripped to the top of my monitor.
The problem is my monitor's all the way up here.
Yeah,
the top of it.
The top of my monitor is all the way up here. I don't know if you can see in my stream. It's all the way up here.
Yeah.
So I have to kind of like angle it, and then like I shift the pan on the camera.
Yeah, you can't really shift the pan in Roll20.
No, you can't, unfortunately. Also, I'm getting a second webcam, probably next week. So I'll run one so that OBS can pick it up for the stream, and then I'll run another one so you guys can actually see me in Roll20, so you don't have to keep tabbing in and out. I know not everybody has 2 monitors.
I have 2, but that's still not enough currently.
I know, it's never enough. That's why, like, sometimes 3 isn't enough. Which is sad. Oh, here, I'm also going to show you guys my new friend. He is also 3M stripped to the top of my monitor. I just pulled him off of his stand. Zoe will know what this is.
I was lost in our DMs because I went back to find exactly what I said about
Sir Narwhal?
Oh! it's the Gentleman Narwhal.
I can't see what's going on, I'm sorry. What am I looking at? Oh!
From Unstable Unicorns.
That's what I thought. I wasn't sure.
Those like
I like
surprise
it.
boxes to see which one I got of it, and I was like, I really hope I get the emo unicorn, and I got the classy narwhal instead.
I mean, still a win.
Not much about, yeah.
So classy narwhal sits on top of my monitor now, and smiles.
So, if we're ready, please one up in chat. And do the ones, please.
Damn it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. you got fucked.
Bullshit. I hate it. Leaving.
Okie dokie. We're doing
We got a
recap a
different
little
language.
bit. We're doing recap a little bit differently this week. We're gonna have 2 people take over the recap because someone joined halfway through session last week. I decided to do like a little bonus thing, and the 2 people who do recap today are both gonna get inspiration for this session only. That's the way recap works, Ghost. If you do recap, you get inspiration. If you get inspiration from me, you only get it for the session, unless stated otherwise. Just because I don't think I went over that with you, and I don't think I wrote it anywhere, so...
Nah, I know it.
That's how we do it here. But yes, please. Continue.
So last week we started off. We were in Aurora O'Cleary. If I remember correctly. We were walking into I believe it was a tavern that was called the Moldy Kobold. And we walked in, looked around for a bit, found the bar, and talking to the barkeep, he basically told us it is a terrible idea to stay in town. So we grabbed our shit and left. And we followed his advice, just went straight to the east, if I remember correctly. And we just went outside town, walked for about half an hour to an hour, just so we could get a little bit outside so nobody could sneak out and then sneak back in town while we're asleep. At our watch, spent the next day walking all the way to Duskthane. And I say day because the place is forever night, so it's always dark. But we got to our destination, and we were walking around town, and Rex decided, oh, I'm going to have Keepers fly up and check the area out. She did, and Rax noticed while she was flying around that there were bats following her around. So, let everybody know what she saw, and that there really wasn't didn't look like there was an inn around, so we were trying to debate where to go to get changed. I believe Kess started just changing in the middle of the street, right then and there. And Osiris followed him. So, they got changed. Rax was trying... Huh?
I just said, yeah, that happened.
Mm-hmm. Rax tried his best not to just laugh his ass off at what was going on. He failed. Ritan ended up finding an alleyway where she went down, got out of her armor, changed into her dress. Once she came out, Rax went in, did the same thing. And then they put all their stuff in their bags and headed up to what Frisia assumed what Peepers assumed was the tower. Or the manor, sorry. We made our way up to a big gate, pushed it open, walked up to the front, and basically just tried to convince the butler that we were there at Elizabeth's request. She sent us basically to give her regards. We made our way in after talking to them. They allowed us to come in. They brought us down to the rooms that were in the back. We all got our own room and did our own thing for a minute while we were in there, whatever it was for each of us, and met outside the rooms, and got together and started walking down to the ballroom. When we look to our left, immediately coming in, we see a table with a familiar elf and then 2 unfamiliar faces.
Yeah, so they see Perrin sitting at the table with Saran and it was Caladriel, right? Okay.
Sorry. Calario?
Calario.
Yes. Sorry, I was reading and I nodded before I answered you. But yes, Calario.
There we go. I'll just fix my notes there. So they walk in, and they all, besides seeing us at the table there, they also saw there were 2 gray tieflings on the dance floor.
One gray, one purple.
One gray, one purple.
I got you. There was a lot of people. I understand.
There was. And then also the Lord and Lady and the Shadow Butler, along with the band. The party came and sat down at the table. Introductions were made. Perrin got to learn the name of everybody except for the green elf because he did not introduce himself because, as far as Perrin knows, he doesn't know why. And some talking about where Saran and Perrin were from happened. Perrin was essentially voluntold to go with the group to see what he might be able to learn from Ritan. And then after that, the party themselves had a discussion with Kalariel having to do with some previous encounters with them. After their discussion, Luce did a speech welcoming everybody there. During the speech, the husband left into the foyer down one of the southern passages.
Sorry, I love that word.
The foyer.
I wasn't making fun of you. It's just really fun to say.
To which Ritan went to follow, doing a really bad job making it not obvious.
Acting natural.
And
I was
then,
just looking for the bathroom, okay?
and then after we see her go up the stairs, Perrin essentially gets nudged to go follow, and as he does, Rax follows behind him, and then eventually they're also followed by the other 2. Perrin and Rax follow Ritan up the stairs, see the husband go into the southern double doors at the bottom of the current map we're on. And after a brief discussion with Ritan, all of a sudden there is a loud crashing sound, to which Ritan takes off her heels and goes booking to the door. Notices the large R etched into the center where the doors meet. Multiple times etched in, like almost ritualistic kind of looking thing with, as you said, various implements. And then as she's looking at it, something crashed against the door itself.
This is accurate. Bravo, both of you. Please both take your points of inspiration. But yes. Last we left off, you were all attending the grand dinner party under the ruse of taking Elizabeth's place. With her invite, you were shown to rooms where you literally left all of your gear. That's armor, weapons, packs, normal clothes, money, everything. You saw familiar faces in the ballroom that were also greeted by a few new faces too, and deciding to sit with an individual who the main party knew as the Huntress, you met Saran and his bodyguard, Perrin. After some discussions, Lady Luce took to the stage and made an announcement, and during that time you witnessed the Lord of the House sneaking off, and Ritan puts on her terrible act of acting natural, attempting to follow them, and one after another, you all decide to follow her out of the ballroom too. Everyone other than Kess opting to walk past Lady Luce's line of sight. Ritan, you watched as the Lord dismissed the butlers that were standing in wait at the bottom of the stairs before he made his way up the grand set of stairs, and following him you found that the stairs led to the open hallway above the main foyer. It seemingly had no staff presence. It splits off into many different directions that lead deeper into the upper level of the manor. However, the male took on a more determined and deliberate pace after reaching the top. He had a destination in mind. He walked around the left side of the upper hall towards the south of the building and hesitated as he reached a set of dark wooden doors. He took a moment before stepping into these doors. Ritan, you were the first of the party to head in that direction. Everyone else sort of loitered, some of them downstairs in the foyer, other of them with their backs against the walls upstairs. But when you reach these heavy-looking dark wooden double doors, there's the carving of a little R that has been engraved over and over and over again, with varying sharpness and bluntness of the tools used. It's definitely more of an emotional thing, whereas most people would assume perhaps it's a sign of insanity. And as you're registering this and as you're looking at it, you heard the sound of what you think could have been a chair thrown against the other side of the door, which then shatters and falls to the floor on the other side. The room goes quiet, and I need you to make a perception check.
Fudge. Alright, I also want to, really quick, while I'm looking for perception, I want to point out, you know what, Ritan's really good at a lot of things, okay? Just sneaking is not one of them. A 20. First roll of the night, let's go!
Okay, good enough. You hear the sound of what seems to be a male sobbing somewhere in the room. What do you want to do?
She's gonna turn around. Is Rax looking at me?
He's looking
Yeah.
between you and Perrin.
She taps her forehead. Like, urgently.
He just does this.
You can roll an insight to see if you figure out what she means.
No, he's not gonna figure it out. He just...
Okay.
She's going to put her hand, like, on the door. And just very quietly.
Is she still looking at Rax while she's doing this?
No, like, once you don't get it, she's like, alright, fuck this. I have to check my notes. I'm, like, second guessing myself. I know that I'm 90% sure that I have it right, but now I'm, like, concerned that I don't. Okay, I did have it right. She puts her hand against the door, very softly, and she just very quietly says, Daniel?
Hold on. Just remember that character sheet that I said I opened?
You glanced at it.
No, I didn't open it.
The one you didn't open.
The only sheet that I needed straight away, and I didn't open it.
Been there.
There is no response, but the sobbing seems to hesitate. And then carry on.
I apply slight pressure to the door.
Okay, well, it doesn't move.
Okay. I'm assuming there's a handle I need to turn.
There's handles on the door.
Alright, I will try to very slowly, carefully open the door.
Okay, what's everyone else doing? Rex and Perrin, you're upstairs. If you're watching Ritan, you can see her doing this.
I take a glance at Rax and kind of point to her, be like, kind of point to him and to her, be like, "Are you gonna?" She's your friend.
He'll just kind of shrug and start making his way, and like when she's kind of like pushing on the door to start to move it, he'll start taking a few steps, slowly, so like not gonna hear, ideally.
Okay, so roll me a stealth check then.
Okay.
When Rax starts to move, Kess is going to be in his head like, what's going on? Why are you moving?
He's gonna respond.
Still have my mind link up.
He's gonna respond saying she's touching the door. She might open it, so keep an ear out.
Cyrus, you're watching. Kess look kind of like, I would imagine that Kess would look around to make sure that Rax is moving. You can't see him from where you are, but you do see Kess kind of take more of an active look up the stairs for a moment.
Cyrus is keeping a more of like a watchful eye, but he's more looking at Kess to see if anything changes on his intent to keep moving or if we're still staying here. Do I hear anything coming from the ballroom coming closer?
You can roll a perception check. necessarily. I mean, it's still quite. So you can hear that there's a lot of movement in the ballroom. There's the soft sort of sound of the piano continuing music, but it seems that the rest of the band have stopped playing for now. There's a lot of shuffling. Chairs have been moving. There's a sound of a door that seems to be like creaking open and closed quite a lot, but nothing seems to be approaching you or coming down the hallways.
Mm.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Carry on, Ritan.
So again, just easing the door open if it gives, because obviously I don't know if he locked it behind him.
Yeah, so
But
you kind
her
of.
goal is to ease it, kind of like when you're dealing with a really spooked animal, no sudden movements kind of thing.
Okay, so how far are you opening the door?
At first, just enough to like peer inside.
Okay, so you push down on the handle and you slowly open this door. And you know what? I'm sorry, everyone.
Shit.
Oh boy.
Yeah. So.
Okay, so I'm very curious why this guy's I didn't expect him to be sobbing. I'm gonna be honest.
I don't know what I expected. If I expected anything.
Oh boy.
I feel like that's an uh-oh moment.
Rex, you watch as Ritan pushes the door open,
Mhm.
takes sort of a cursory glance around the room, and then continues to push the door open.
As soon as she starts continuing to push it open, he starts making his way a little bit. Still just as like the same pace as he was before. Slowly making his way over.
Okay, you're probably reaching her about this point. And you can tell that the room is dark.
What
from
can I
looking
see?
Past her. Well. first of all, what you hear is Ritan very, very quietly saying, Daniel.
Mm-hmm.
How close are you getting to Ritan? Like, to try and see into this room? Because the door's only open like a crack.
Is this still where she is?
Where she is currently on the map, yes.
He's gonna stop, like,
I'm
just
back on it.
up back here and...
Okay, you're not really gonna see shit all from there.
Okay. Well, I mean, he's just listening, because if she's whispering something, he's gonna listen for a response.
Okay.
I got kicked out.
No, he didn't.
Oh, what?
Yeah, we're down here because we're the only ones that know what's going on by this door. So she keeps bouncing back
Well.
and forth.
Fair.
Oh, man.
Max is heavily debating whether or not to, like, message you and be like, so did you hear anything? Because he doesn't want to say it out loud.
Ritan's just not good at... Ritan's doing, like, the military signs to you, and you're like, I don't know what that is. 2 tacos later? What? What does this mean? It means yell really loud so the bad guys know we're coming.
Like, you joke, and if you say that, next time you do that symbol, he's gonna fucking do it.
Oh no, I know. And the problem is like, Ritan's sarcastic voice is very much so like her normal voice. So you can never tell when she's being, like, a dick, and when she's actually saying, like, no, that's what it actually is. Which is why it was so funny when you guys were like, wait, how does he get here? He literally just shows up. Okay, Ritan, okay, no, he literally just shows up.
Like, yeah, got it.
Like, you guys thought that she was being a smartass, and she was like, I'm not lying.
Like, and the worst part is, even if he realized you were kidding, he might just do it to be like, well, that's what you said.
That's what you said. Oh, man. This is gonna be such a clusterfuck.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sitting here before a game and I'm like, this is either gonna go bad or gonna go really, really bad.
Mm-hmm.
Or okay. Like, there's no good. It's either just gonna be okay, bad, or really bad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and just earlier this week, I'm like, I have the highest AC right now.
Yeah, you do. And I have no weapons.
Mm-hmm. Holy fuck,
You
Kess.
had a weapon when you were born one.
Wasn't born one, but I am one now.
Well, I wasn't talking about you.
Yeah, I made sure to specifically say, like, I took my arcane focus with me.
Yeah. Well, that's why I still have my pendant on, so like I can still like cast stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Probably not gonna be freaking helpful.
Mm-hmm. I think it'll be fine.
I hope so. You have no idea how much it hurt me to have to tell you last session. By the way, the butler does not believe us. I was like, it's gonna crush him.
The thing that really pissed me off, though, like, fuck it, I don't think it's meta for you to know what I actually rolled. I got an 18.
Yeah, I figured.
Mm-hmm. Like, when I rolled it, I got really
Wasn't
confident
surprised
about it.
Because, like, when you're, like, the head butler, like, it's your job.
Right, but
Good at that stuff.
still, that's
Oh, I know.
infuriating, the fact that it didn't work.
I think there was actually one game that I was in where I rolled, like, a 22 deception, and they still knew that I was lying, and I was like, how?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when you said, like, oh, he didn't believe you, I was like, you're fucking kidding me.
Yeah.
Like, I got actually, like, really frustrated because it's like, fucking charisma character
Like, I
can't even
rolled
do
so
his goddamn
good.
job.
I rolled so good.
What do I have a +5.
Ritan's not even, like, good at lying, and she's good at lying.
Now she has she has a reason why she can claim she's not good at lying.
Yes.
Like, I didn't do it well, I'm not good at lying.
Yeah. But that's the thing, like, she's not good at lying, but she's still better at lying than most people.
Mm-hmm.
She's better at being persuasive. And intimidating.
Yeah, half of Rax's shit don't line up at all. Like, all of my stuff, like...
Why are you good at the things you're good at? I don't know.
Well, not even that. It's like, charisma-based character. You figured
Oh,
he'd
no.
be
Oh,
built
no.
into all of them. It's like, no.
Osiris just came upstairs with the dog.
Oh, boy.
Oh no. For once, Ritan isn't the noisiest thing in the hallway. It's the freaking metal dog going clonk, clonk,
Clunk,
clonk, up the
clunk,
stairs.
clunk.
I always imagine like there's like this slight sound of like whirring. Kind of like
Yeah.
mechanical gears moving.
I wouldn't call it mechanical gears because it's like obviously he's based around magic,
exactly
but it's
know
just
how to
like the
describe it.
constant hum of him just
Yeah, there's like
being
that slight,
infused
like,
with
whirring
energy.
sound.
Yeah.
And with Ritan, it's just like, no, I'm wearing chainmail. Every time, like, I shift, it just jingles. And then on top of it, my boots are heavy enough that I could probably, you know, shatter your chin if I felt like it. So, you know.
So I forgot what Perrin's piece looked like, and I got really concerned because I thought it was like some
It looks like someone's coming
automaton.
up behind you to attack you.
Well, no, not even that. It looks like on my screen and like the way my head is, it looks like some sort of like Iron Man automaton type fucking thing.
Oh, God.
Because of like the certain areas where it shines on it.
Yeah.
And it's just like how far I have it zoomed out so I can see as much as I can.
I need Ritan's dice tonight. Which is not those. I had to move them off my case. I found this at my local gaming shop.
Mm.
It has like a really cool dragon carved into it. It's not even like carved into it. My father-in-law was trying to figure it out. He's a woodworker by hobby.
Yeah.
He's like, I don't even know how they did that. He's like, I want to talk to that guy.
Yeah, it's not like carved or burned or anything.
No, it's almost like they got the wood to raise up somehow.
Hi.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
I need more secrets rooms tonight, apparently.
Secrets 1 and Secrets 2.
So, you're at the door, Ritan. You don't hear anyone coming up behind you. Rex, I need you to roll me a perception check, please.
Oh boy.
I might have to connect and reconnect to Discord because I'm getting slight robot.
Yeah, you're
Oh,
being robot
boy.
for me too.
Okay.
Yeah. So perception, you said?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Better, yeah.
I don't know why it's being that way.
I don't know, mine's just flickering between green and red.
Yeah.
So.
Maybe it's his Discord.
Yep,
Yeah,
probably.
that's my guess.
You do notice, Rex, that Perrin goes up behind you. He's being quiet for the most part, but you know, he kind of tiptoes up behind you. What you also notice is that Osiris, is coming up the stairs on his own with Necros, no Kess. You also can't see Kess.
But he still has... Can I
Nope.
tell that he has the mind link with me, or no?
He has not spoken to you. You know how the spell message works, it doesn't feel like you have a connection, but you're not entirely sure because his is different.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't feel like you could send a message.
Okay. All right. I think I'll send one to Osiris because now I can see him.
Okay.
And ask, where did Kess go?
Okay. So I'm gonna grab you guys back up into the same room. If you guys could all just join to the top one, please.
Mm-hmm.
You hear a Rax voice that says, "Where does Kess go?"
You want to go back to our rooms? I don't know
You
why.
don't know that. He
Oh,
said BRB
you
to
ran
you.
off. Mm. You said
Ooh.
BRB. Be right back. I don't know where you ran off to. I'm sorry.
Max goes, okay. Well, he doesn't actually like message back. He just kind of like his face does the all right.
Ritan, what are you up to?
I'm oblivious to what's going on behind me.
Completely, totally, and utterly.
It's not even like a perception based thing. Like even if she like were aware of what's going on behind her, she's not focused on that. She's focused on what's going on in front of her. Did he have any reaction the second time?
Nope. You see the same thing you saw when you first pushed the door open.
She's going to look over her shoulder at Rax,
who's much closer than you remember, and Perrin is
like,
right on his
"Go up!"
heels.
She
Like the
doesn't,
two of them are just like, yo.
Yeah, she doesn't like make a sound, but she kind of turns around and does like the. Oh.
And you also see Osiris and Necros at the top of the stairs now.
And then
With
you
no
watch
Kess.
her close her eyes like she's trying really hard. It's that tired single dad eye close and the deep inhale through the nose. And she just looks at you, Rax. And gives you like the very quiet like one finger, and then she's gesturing to the door.
Max just gives you like the waving hand, go ahead.
She opens the door a bit more and carefully stepping over the wreckage of the chair. Well, actually, no. She's gonna open the door enough. Is it alright if I come in?
For those of you who can now see into the room, sorry, Link. For those of you who can now see into the room, you can see that it looks to be, perhaps at one point, a small child's bedroom. It looks to be about maybe 50 feet long, a bit wider, and you can't see the ceiling from where you are. The walls are colored with royal blue torn and peeling pieces of wallpaper, and you can see some chains that are hanging freely from the ceiling that you can assume once, at some point, held some kind of roof light. From what you can see past Ritan, she's a slim, beautiful woman in a very lovely dress this evening, so you don't have to worry about armor or anything like that obstructing your vision. You can see that there's a lot of just absolutely fucking destroyed furniture in here. You know, there's a destroyed bed in the far corner, there's some kind of shelving that has been tipped over and just all of its contents are just spewed everywhere. Beyond that, there's a desk. Just by the door, you see the remains of what you assume is a chair. And you can see in the far back corner a mirror that has been smashed, and a wardrobe that just has doors that are completely collapsed and folded in on themselves. Everything that you can see looks totally, utterly destroyed. What you also notice is that there seems to be sort of a section just sort of clipping what you can see beyond Ritan. in the middle of the room that seems to be completely clear of debris. But given her positioning, you can't really see much more than that at the moment.
Okay.
Ritan, as you ask your question, the individual picks up their head. And you see a familiar outfit, but a much, much rougher face. What was once a smooth and handsome face has turned into a harder, more feral-looking visage. White hair, which was once well-maintained and pulled into a neat ponytail, now hangs loose and scruffed. The eyes that were once a natural color now burn with a deep red hue. They seem to pierce you as they look at you. And you hear a very sort of soft clear of the throat and a sniffle in as they pick themselves up off the floor and dust themselves off. And those of you who are a short distance away will also hear this dialogue. I must apologize for the state that you found me in. Forgive me. I didn't think I'd be followed, though now that I think about it, perhaps for the best you leave and return to the party. If you catch the lady's attention, she's not going to be happy with you.
And she turns around and she kind of like puts her hand on the door and traces the letter that's been carved into it. Richie, right?
Roll me a persuasion check. Okay, you just hit the DC, and you get a nod. Rex and Perrin, what are you doing?
Rex is standing there quiet, wide-eyed now.
I'm just waiting. I might move up a little, like, to the side of Rax there, but I'm not gonna go any further.
You don't see Kess over the banister. Osiris, you watch as Ritan takes a step into, or kind of like a half step into the room, opening the door wider. You see that Rex and Perrin are kind of fanning out in the hallway, but aren't getting any closer. What do you do?
There's like a wall right there.
So the inside square, next to the stairs, is all railings. The outside square is the walls.
Okay.
So this middle section here where you were before, that's like the view downstairs. It's completely open up here.
Okay. He'll scoot over one.
Mm-hmm.
Do I see them crouched down, or?
They're not so much crouched, they're standing in the hallway. You can see them completely. There's no, like, vision blockage here, which is why you can see Ritan is sort of, like, half stepping into the room. Your vision isn't obscured at all because the railing is, like, waist height and it's all, like, wooden beams, so, like, you can see through the railings. It's just, like, a protective barrier so no one falls off the upper level of the foyer.
Okay.
You can see everything, and it's not like anyone's crouched down or anything, you're just kind of standing observing. Unless, of course, they want to be crouched down. Don't let me tell me how you're using your legs, boys.
Not bending over in his dress.
Osiris will move around the railing, and then Necros will scoot back around. He's more eyeing over around the foyer downstairs, watching out for us to come back.
Okie. Alright, so everyone hears the heavy footfalls of Big Wolfo just coming up the hallway.
Single tired dad eye closed.
I'm gonna go and check in with Kess, okay?
Mm-hmm.
bad that I'm really good at persuading people, and even when I'm really bad at it.
Yeah.
+7.
Remember how I said I'm not good at the things that would make sense for me to be really good at?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Is that one of them?
Yeah. I mean, I have a +4, but
Yeah. What the fuck is going on in this manor?
I already mentally made a guess earlier this week.
Yeah, like, I definitely have, like, theories.
Mm-hmm.
I'm using my special mug I told you about today, so
Mm-hmm.
I think you've seen it before during my streams. The
Let the adventure begin. Yeah.
yeah.
As always, until I get my personalized one, I'm drinking out of my Critical Role. How do you want to do this mug that I got for my wedding anniversary?
Nice. So I have my coffee, and then I use this. It's supposed to be made for coffee also, but I use it for water.
Mm-hmm.
Got it from a coffee place that's only in the Pacific Northwest, pretty much.
Yeah.
The Dutch Brothers. They're really good. I miss not being able to go there anymore. No, there's a place nearby that's very much like them. I normally don't like going to Starbucks and stuff like that unless I have to.
Mm-hmm.
But I got this thing. It's
Oh,
death
that's
before
dope.
decaf.
That's dope.
Yeah.
I'm
I
not
think
a
I told-
coffee person because I have ADHD, and if I drink coffee for whatever reason, it makes me go.
Mm-hmm.
But I can drink energy drinks and I fall asleep. Coffee for whatever reason just goes. Nah.
I'm actually doing coffee this late just because
Mm-hmm.
I also have this, and this will make me tired.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just keep
So-
one of these on my desk. My husband gets these big bottles of Smart Water from Costco, and he gets them in the huge pack because then I can leave it on my desk, and if I open it,
Nice.
I'm forced to finish it.
I used to just drink water out of the orange cup that I have, but now I've been using the Shaprax cup.
Oh yeah, I can't wait until I get my Ritan cup. It's gonna be really, really simple. It's basically what you've seen my Witherfang cup. It's the same size as that one,
Mm-hmm.
but it's gonna be white melting into red, like Ritan's hair, and then it's gonna have her name on it. And then I designed basically a little. You got the dragon that I found. I basically made a little Ritan sigil.
Nice.
That's kind of like her holy symbol. So
Cool.
I'm excited about it. As long as she doesn't draw on it with a brush that has ink again.
Yeah, that
bad. I felt
sucks.
so bad, and she was like, "I hope you're not mad." And I was like, "No, I'm more like, like that would have broken me as an artist. I would have been like, oh no." I
Mm-hmm.
might have cried about it. She goes, "What was I gonna do? Crying about it wasn't gonna fix it, so I just had to laugh." Remember when we were talking about how you hold your cup and what alignment you are?
Yeah.
Chaotic good. No matter what cup it is.
Yeah. Only issue with that, my hand doesn't fit in the entire thing, so
Yeah,
I gotta
yeah.
do that.
And the problem with this one is that this one is so large for my hand. that
Yeah,
I kind
you
of
need to
have
support it in
put
multiple
my pinky
places.
down there to balance it, otherwise the whole thing tips.
Mm-hmm. I don't have my... Yeah, no, it's downstairs.
Okay, I hope Kess is going to get our weapons.
I think that's where he's going, but
I
he
fucking
can't
hope
go
so,
into
but I
our
hope he can get into
rooms.
our rooms.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what if he turns into a tiny animal and goes under the door? Oh, but then
How the hell is he gonna get it out?
Yeah, I was clever for like 2 seconds, okay?
Maybe he knows Alohomora.
Oh, maybe.
I mean, there's a magic spell that can open up doors.
Well, yeah, but I
Right.
don't know if druids can get that.
I don't know if they can, but also it's not very good to use if you're being sneaky either.
Well, yeah, knock is not a stealth spell.
Nope, not at all.
We had somebody use knock in the middle of a cave in one session of my other game, and it echoed the whole way down, and they were like, I cast knock, and I was like, no! And the GM was like, no, they already said they were doing it, and I was like, fuck, I could have picked the lock.
Speaking of loud noises inside caves in games.
Oh my fucking god. 2 thunder waves, are you kidding me?
Yep.
Like, after the first one, the second one's a moot point, but gee.
Yeah.
If Antonio didn't come back before that, he sure as shit was coming back after, like, what
Very
the hell?
happy, that when
Yeah.
we were under Moncade, I was not using Thunderous Smite.
So, please continue.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
Cyrus, there is no sign of Kess.
Oh no. And you're laughing, which makes me immediately nervous.
Just
Oh
carry
no.
on.
Okay. Okay.
Don't mind me.
We're fucked. Alright, so
Hey,
he
Cyrus.
nodded at me. Oh, never mind, go ahead.
Cyrus points at everybody else, or towards everybody else, I guess.
I'm not looking.
Rax just kind of gives him a one-handed, like, just stay for a second.
Be still. Play.
Sit, stay, good boy.
Looking back down at the foyer, okay.
There's no one down there. The fountain's pretty from up here, though.
Rax turns around, looks at Ritan, and continues
She
waiting,
is
listening.
not acknowledging that. She's letting you be the parent for right now.
Oh no, I'm fully expecting you.
No, I can swallow better than you with her.
Phrasing.
I think that was the intended phrasing. Anyway, you're up there. I don't know what you're doing.
Alright. So, he nodded at me, yes?
You
And
sure
are
did.
his eyes still...
Glowy and red. Mm-hmm.
She's just gonna say... He's safe. And so is she. For now.
Roll me a insight check, please. You watch as a very confused, slightly angry look passes into his expression. And then he shakes his head, puts his head in his hands, and starts sobbing, and all you hear is saying, no, no way, that's not possible, there's no way, over and over and over again.
Okay, I'm going into the room now. I'm picking through the stuff. Like, I'm
Okay.
carefully picking through the chair.
Yeah, so you carefully step over in those high heels of yours.
No, I took them off.
Barefoot.
Okay, so you carefully barefoot step over everything. I'm
Mhm.
gonna reveal the room for you now. If it works. Please work. Yeah. Dun, 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 dun. So please put yourself wherever you'd like to be in the room.
Yeah, I was just shifting.
Obviously, those of you outside can see Ritan walk into the room.
And she's, again, kind of like, so, she's gonna actually, like, put her heels down. She still has her mask in her hand.
Mm-hmm.
And she kind of just, like, again, like that spooked animal thing where she's kind of, like, got, like, her hand out almost in, like, a calming gesture.
Mm-hmm.
They're alive. I don't know what you've been told, but I told Richie that I would find you.
He takes 2 very scared steps backwards.
Puts her hands up immediately and stops moving.
There's no way. There's no way. There's absolutely no way. And all of you in the hallway hear that last one.
Small boy, yay high. And she gives, like, I believe it was, like, what, shaggy brown hair was Richie with green eyes?
Mm-hmm.
About yay high, shaggy brown hair, green eyes, infectious smile, lights up a room.
How do you know him?
We were in Frostfang.
Why?
Because we were trying to help people. We passed through on our way for another job and people needed help there.
And he seems sort of stunned. Stands still and is just keeping a very careful eye on you.
Richie found us when we got there. He needed help. And she, again, kind of like, she still got her hands up in a very non-threatening gesture.
Mm-hmm. He's just watching you.
Myself and my companion healed his mother with our own hands. I swear on everything that what I tell you is true.
Roll me a persuasion check, please. The expression on his face doesn't really change. It still looks very, very confused, but you see that his shoulders relax.
Can Rax hear what you're saying?
Rex, you can hear, unless Ritan's whispering.
Nope.
You
She's
can
talking
hear.
quietly, but calmly.
You can hear everything she's saying.
He'll quietly whisper, mostly so she can hear.
Mm-hmm.
Just say, and Reuven's gone.
And Reuven is gone.
He doesn't change. That you notice.
I made Richie a promise that I would find his father. Please don't make me break that promise. Please don't make me go back and... Let us help you.
His eyes kind of flutter as you're speaking, and especially as you hesitate. It looks like he's going to say something before you continue. And then he kind of like gives a slight like shake of his head. There's no saving me. There's no helping me.
I don't believe that.
I can't go back, especially as I am now. None of you can hear what he's saying out in the hallway, by the way.
Can I put my hands down now?
He gives a nod.
And she relaxes her posture.
You watch as he kind of tilts his head and looks past you.
They're with me.
Gives a nod and then gives like a hand wave as if telling you to bring them in.
Turns around to you, Rax. Gives you like the come hither hands. But like slow.
He makes his way and he kind of like more
Take a
lips.
Step.
Pops
out
his
of
head
the
around
way
the
so
corner.
Rax can come in, but she's not taking a step toward Daniel.
Yeah, Rax kind of like pops his head in, and then as soon as she starts to get out of the way, he'll take a step in and kind of stand between her and the wall.
Perrin, Osiris.
I'll go ahead and make my way. I'll stop in the doorway real fast.
Mm-hmm. He's watching you all very intently as you enter this room.
I'll go ahead and walk over this way, like over the chair.
Okay. I mean, it's slightly difficult terrain, but like it's not going to hinder you because you're not in combat, so like you can like kick your way through it.
Yep. I'll lean against the wall.
Lucius is making his way. And
Sorry, Lewis is in the loft.
You're fine.
you also get about halfway in the door.
As soon as Ritan sees him, she's
did
going to
I-
leave the dog.
done. But should I keep a lookout for Kess if he comes?
Probably a good idea. And she looks back at Daniel.
Okay.
There's one more of us. The one who helped
Osiris
you with
is the one to
healing.
actually shut the door behind him too.
No, that's it.
Okay. So you close the door. You mentioned there's one more of you, and that they help heal. Which doesn't seem to change his expression or posture any.
Okay. Maybe start with what's actually going on? And then maybe we can... I don't believe you when you say you can't be saved.
Sorry, for my reference, Osiris, did you go into the room and close the door, or did you stay out of the room and close the door?
I stayed out.
Stayed out and closed the door. Okay. Right, so you're not going to hear any of this. I'm going to throw you away. Sorry.
Yay!
You can go keep Kess company. But sorry, Wither, carry on.
I don't believe you when you say you can't be saved, and I will continue to defy that until every option has been exhausted. I made a promise, and you mean too much to that kid for me to give up.
And you see there's sort of like a slight faltering smile. All of you see it. And then he kind of looks down and then looks around this room. And for those of you who are now in the room, I'll give you the full description. As you saw from outside, there is destroyed furniture everywhere. The wallpaper is peeling. The entire room is destroyed. The only thing that doesn't look like it's been destroyed or treated with any kind of misuse is a teddy bear that sits on the sofa. Everything else, like stuffing, has been ripped out the sofa, toy box has been tossed over, bookshelf has been just chucked, and all of the shelving and the books and everything are just destroyed and everywhere. The chair at the door matches the chair that's behind the desk just beyond that. And as before, you see the mirror is basically the glass has just been left strewn everywhere. Nothing in this room has been cleaned up or repaired. The only sort of decluttered area is like the center area where the rug is. Yeah, it's pretty much just this destroyed child's bedroom. And as Daniel is taking a look around this room after you say that, Ritan, you hear, "This was meant to be for him. I thought that I could get him a better life by agreeing to working here. But he lied. And I thought they were dead. He told me they were dead. He made me watch as his wolves ripped my wife apart.
Who told you?
He told me. They told me. And my wife, my
Is very much alive.
current wife, the wife here, is a very, very dangerous and powerful woman. She may come across dignified and kind and well-spoken and beautiful and young, but there are dark secrets that she holds that I daren't speak of. And he seems to sort of like his posture crumples in on himself.
Who is he? Who made you watch this?
Roll me a persuasion check, please.
God damn it.
He shakes his head.
I don't know what I can say to make you trust us, to make you believe anything that I'm saying. But we've fought Reuven and lived to tell of it. He's not in Frostfane anymore. And we've fought another one from his group, and they're gone. We can and want to help.
You keep saying this name, this Reuven. I have no idea who that is. I don't know why you keep bringing him up as if he's something important to me, but I have no idea who that is. Should I know who that is? Was it someone important in Frostbane? If you've met Richie and my wife, you know we had nothing. We have nothing. They have nothing.
That's changed.
They had nothing. I don't know anymore.
That has changed.
Reuven.
Takes a steadying breath.
Reuven was the one posing as the high priest in the temple nearby, who was working with all these people. Just that you're, well, ladies probably part of, if not controlling.
The only thing she has real control of are the people here, and the alliance that her people have with the King of Cleom.
We found letters from people in Reuven's organization that led us here. We don't know the extent, but she's in bed with them to some extent.
Well, the extent of my knowledge is what's inside these walls. And you just told me that my wife and my adopted son are still alive, even though I was made to watch as skin was torn from her body. And she was left bleeding in the snow.
And Richie found us when we got there. And as I said, and she puts her hands up again. And with these hands, and the hands of my companion, we made it right. She lives. And through the efforts of my other companion, she points to the door. The nothing that they had, they have a home now. Many of the people who had nothing have homes now.
Then they don't need me.
Yes, they do.
And he shakes his head. No, not with how I am now, and even if
Then
I wanted
help
to.
us help you. So you can go home.
And he hesitates and it looks like he's thinking. I'm bound here now. My will is not my own.
Then point us to the chain and we'll break it.
Roll me a persuasion, please. The lady of this house has her claws in me. She has her claws in every single person in that ballroom, other than the staff. And I think the musicians. Everyone in this town is under her control. The civilians, everyone. The staff here are under his control. And the two of them together are a force that is unstoppable. And I can't break that. There's nothing that I can do to break that. And if you so much as challenge her right now, you will all die because the amount of people that are in this building right now.
Then how do we get her alone?
If you're so insistent on signing your own death wish, if you're so insistent on saving me, wait until the guests have left. Wait until everyone is in bed. And find your way to wherever she decides to spend the evening. I don't know which room it will be. I don't know if I'll be there. I don't know if she'll have me attack you. I don't know if he'll be there. But whatever you do, do not get caught by the staff and do not get caught by Alexander. But that being said, Alexander is likely to be at her side as he always is. So be prepared for that.
Anything you can tell us about them sends us into this better prepared and better armed. And I know that that's not exactly reassuring in my current getup, but
there are books in the library. There's a book on the history of the manor and who have served here. And there's a book that will tell you how to kill her. But if I... Because I spent a lot of time alone here. And there's not very much to do, and you can't step outside, and you can't visit anyone unless invited.
if you read it,
I can't say more than I already have, she'll know. In fact, she might already know. Did any of you get seen?
Ritan kind of looks at everybody else.
Sorry.
Rex just kind of nods.
Oh. I wasn't very convincing.
Shakes his head.
You should leave before they come looking for you. And hope that they're not already looking for you. If you get caught here with me, you're all dead.
So where do you suggest we leave to?
Currently, back to the ballroom. Dinner will be being served. Then there will be 2 hours of dancing and conversation, and then everyone at home. You'll be sent to your rooms. You'll be escorted to your rooms. Give it an hour or so after you've been escorted, and the staff will be on leave for the evening. Do not get caught. Whenever you do, do not get caught, and don't do it just now. If there are this many people here, you're dead in less than a minute.
Alright.
And tomorrow you will rise again.
Tomorrow.
And
Are they
he turns
undead?
away from you, walks behind the desk, and puts his hand towards the wall. And what you didn't notice before is there's a small button-like contraption on the wall. Don't make me press this.
I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't even know what it is.
It will summon the butlers here. Every room has a bell. Don't make me press this.
Rex kind of does this and just starts
Yeah,
backing
she's
his
like-
way out of the room.
She kind of looks at Perrin and gives you like the go.
I'm gonna nod and head on my way out too.
And she's gonna get to the door. As she's backing out, promise. I'm not going to give up. We're not going to give up. And then, boop, and closes the door behind her.
You guys go pee.
Okay.
I'll be
That was
right
fun.
back.
Oh. Oy.
Hello.
Hello. Oh boy.
Lots of jumping around.
I mean, little movements, yeah. I'll be right back too.
Okay.
Ghost, I just want to say I hate and love when I'm right usually. This is one of those hate times. Oh, he's gone. Never mind. So, Ghost, I both hate and love when I'm right. This is one of those hate times, though.
Well, you're maybe right. We don't have 100% confirmation. It could be something else. Hey, did you see, I actually I had a chance to add my first quote on our Discord.
I saw that.
I was quick to that.
Uh-huh.
She said, I was like, yep, I should go there.
100%. Yep.
I need to make. Didn't I make one for the other game?
Did you?
Yeah, I have session quotes. I just haven't put anything in there yet. I was gonna go back like through session 1 again.
Yeah.
And be like, that's a good one. Yeah, that's a good one.
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of tempted, very, very slightly, to. It would take a long time to do it. But I almost want to try to do. There's in the latest, like the second campaign of Critical Role that I've been watching.
Yeah.
Someone goes through on the YouTube videos and puts timestamps at like special parts in a comment section.
Oh. Yeah, that'd be pretty interesting.
Which would be kind of cool to like I go onto your the ones you've posted of the game, be like, all right, this is kind of a good thing. This is kind of
Yeah.
Obviously with episode 2 it'd be I already have it timestamped. The after 41 minutes is when you get to the actual game and out of the BS.
Yeah. Yeah, there was a lot that week.
I don't know if you noticed, but Chaos commented like last week on it, like, wish you would have known that the first time I rewatched this.
Yeah, there was a lot.
Wasn't as much as last time. It was.
Oh no, like the episode 2, session 2. Well, yeah, session 2. I was like, jeez.
Oh, Osiris got pulled.
Oh boy.
Poor Osiris. He's been like not being able to do much this session.
Uh-huh. I mean, Kess is... He just fucked off and did his own thing.
Yeah. I mean, if he could find some way to get into your guys' rooms, wouldn't he probably go to his room? Because, not trying to meta, but doesn't he have a bag of holding?
Yeah.
That if he could figure out how to get into the rooms, he could throw a weapon in there.
It's not a matter of, like, if he could bring everything back. It's a matter of, 1, how is he going to get in? 2, is he going to get there without getting caught?
Right.
I have returned.
Welcome back.
Yay.
Hello.
I also have food.
I need to pee.
Okay.
So I will be back. I'm sorry, your DM is actually going to take a break this
No,
time.
you're fine.
Go for it.
Go for it. Gives me a chance to stuff my face.
I have bagels sitting yelling at me to eat them, and I haven't been able to eat them yet.
I have food that hasn't been cooked yet.
I went to use the bathroom and made my husband make me Chef Boyardee because I'm an adult.
My wife's probably gonna be making dinner soon.
Yup.
I should probably text her and be like, "Hey, it's 5:30."
I'm
so that
hungry.
Well, no, because she's downstairs. She's in the basement right now with the kids. Because this setup is in the living room. I would have it in my bedroom, but that's where I have my work computer.
Yeah,
From home, so.
I feel ya.
That's why I had to switch desks because the old desk I was using can't fit this monitor.
Yeah.
Sounds about right.
My
Yep,
husband
so
had to makeshift his office into his work from home office, so he literally has one of those like you know, like when you go to like the community center or like you have like one of those like rental birthday parties and they have like the collapsing plastic long tables. He has
Yeah.
one of those in his office right now that has all of his work computer stuff on it, and then he has his normal desk. Like, he made himself like a makeshift L desk. I'm like, this looks so ratchet.
I have an actual L desk, and all of my D&D stuff is over there, and then gaming and computer stuff is over
I
here.
just have a really nice wooden desk that I got, and then like it's really freaking heavy though, because you know obviously it's solid wood, but then the center of it is like a slab of some kind of stone in it, so it makes it even heavier.
Oh boy.
So when I get new carpet in this office, those guys are gonna hate me. Have fun moving that.
Yeah, I'm just using like what we used as a. Actually, it's always been used for a computer pretty much. Now that I realize it, it was supposed to be for like a dining room, but it's pretty much always been used for either our laptop when we had it, or just whatever crap we needed someplace to put down.
Yeah, it's a put stuff on it table.
Yep. And then that got thrown into our room for a computer table.
Yep.
And then I actually bought another desk to use for this PC. And then I've switched them.
I just got an L desk that breaks down really easily, just in case, like, whenever I end up moving.
Yeah.
Because I knew
I'm
I was
not
going to be
planning on
moving.
Not planning on
I just
moving
bought this
anytime
house.
soon.
I don't want to
either.
move.
Yeah, we just moved into this one in February, so.
Yeah, this is our second year in the house. Well, this will be our third year. This was our second Christmas here, so yeah, I'm not planning on moving anytime soon.
Yeah, I'm basically waiting for my friend to be like, yep, you can move in now, and then I'm moving.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah.
I hope that works out for you.
Yeah, it's just across town, so it's not far, but...
Remember how he was like, hey, don't get caught by the staff?
Yeah. Immediately my head was like, oh, fuck.
Yeah, as soon as I
What was that
went,
about not getting caught by the staff?
Yeah, exactly.
That's exactly what I said. I was like, remember how he was like, don't get caught by the staff? That was why Ritan's response was,
Yeah, all of you in the room who walked past Luce's line of sight, how do you feel right now?
You're
I
nervous,
feel
not
very
safe.
nervous about fucking everything currently.
Yep. Oh, actually, I have the perfect reference for how I feel right now. I'm in danger.
Hmm?
That's
Are you
how I
all
feel right
okay?
now.
Are you all
Yeah.
okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I just say,
Uh-huh.
that was a lot of pressure. I've never had to roll that many persuasion checks, and I'm bad at persuasion all the time, and it makes me really nervous.
Yeah, and he was rolling insight checks.
I knew he would be, so here, Zoe knows this. I have never played a charismatic character, so when she's like, make persuasion check, my butthole immediately puckers, because I'm used to having like a 2 at most. And then I'm like, oh wait, I have a +7, it's okay. So Zoe understands, but when she's like, make a persuasion roll, I'm like, I've never played a, no, that's a lie. I played by high charisma barbarian, but that was it. And the only reason she was high charisma was because she rolled insanely high.
All of this is true. If you're ready, please one up in chat. I know that Kess can't hear us.
Yeah.
I feel bad. I was like, I'm really sorry, and he's like, it's fine. I made my
I love how
choices."
my one is out of line with everyone else's because it's just 5 rolls from Ritan.
Mhm. 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4, right?
0.
But yes, you leave the room. You see Osiris standing there like an obedient puppy, with an obedient puppy standing behind him.
As soon as we get out of the room and she closes the door, you just see Ritan go. Oh, I did take my shoes when I left. I wanna put that out there. She was not leaving without those shoes. Be a little bit hard to explain. And then she looks right at you, Rax, and just goes. Doesn't
Rax
even
is
say,
like,
fully audibly.
Rax is visibly like not paying attention.
She kind of like taps you. Hey.
I'm getting DMs. Hold on.
Mhm.
Thought I hit enter. I did not hit enter.
Welcome to my life.
Like normally I'm not on the spot when I'm DMing her, like between. But
Welcome to my life.
Fuck you for making me check 400 cheats.
me?
Yes, you.
Now you done did it.
Carry on. Don't mind me. When you don't check what it is.
Ritan starts very carefully putting her heels back on. Fuck these shoes. Kind of straightens herself back out. Still waiting for Rax to respond.
Kind of visually, like you can see him kind of like focus, and then all right, let's go.
Okay, what's our story here? Since I was so bad at sneaking away. I'm not good at lying. I don't like
I
lying.
mean, apparently I'm not either. I mean,
So what do we do?
he kind of like looks. Rax looks at Osiris. He's like, "Did anybody follow us? Did you see anyone?"
No, but it just sounds like dinner's being served and Gus is nowhere to be seen. Hopefully he's maybe back at the table.
Sprag. Everything. If he got himself killed, I will find a way to resurrect him just so I can beat him for it.
Rax just kind of shakes his head and starts making his way towards the stairs to go back to the thing, go back to the ballroom.
Yeah, Ritan's gonna follow after, and she's going to, she's just gonna follow after him.
He's gonna kind of look over the railing and see if there's anybody down in the first floor.
Okay, roll me a persuasion, no, perception. Sorry, I was trying to tab over to another thing and it opened Steam and my brain went, fuck.
Oh no.
Nothing you can see. I mean, you can still hear the sound of the piano in the ballroom and the sound of conversation and, sound carries in these halls.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't see anyone downstairs.
Oh.
You see your own reflection in the pool of the fountain.
Just keeps making his way that way.
Well, at least I excused myself and kind of gave us a sort of alibi, she says.
I'm gonna go ahead and follow along.
I'm assuming you're all following.
Yes.
Yep.
So Ritan's actually going to step like right up to Rax, and she's going to loop her arm through Rax's, just to kind of,
Kind of just shrugs and says, "All right."
And you're all heading straight downstairs.
back to dinner.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Fuck.
So you head downstairs. There's no one in the foyer. You make your way back to the ballroom, Ritan, with your arm looped around Rax's. And you see the scene as you see it before you. There is a... So, just, I don't know if you can see them, but the yellow dots are the people that are usually playing music. The blue dots are staff, specifically butlers. yeah, you see the room as it is.
Oh no, Kess has been alone with them this whole time. Oh my god! He left Kess alone with the person who shot him!
I'm gonna drag Kess up. Kess, it's been about.
Honey, I'm so sorry!
He made his decisions. I don't even know if he's there. Hi, it's been about 20 minutes. You have witnessed and done what you have witnessed and done, and you finally see your party making their way back up from the foyer. Ritan has her arm looped around Drax's.
So we'll just start making our way, I guess.
Downtown walking fast.
I'm walking too fast. We don't actually.
I don't want to walk fast in these shoes.
You
Don't
can't
like that
walk
it
fast with
gives.
those.
I can't. That's why I took them off.
But yeah, you see the available seats.
Okay, whatever. Anyway.
And you just hear Rax, you just hear Ritan go, fuck.
He just goes, mm-hmm. Make our way back.
Please sit yourself where you'd like to be seated.
Nobody's in a jump first because nobody wants to sit next to Luce. I'll do it, I'll be brave.
I was just about to head that way.
Yep, Ritan will be brave. Oh god, not on the table. Ritan, calm down.
There you go.
How do you do the thing? Is it control?
Oh,
Alt.
It's alt.
Oh, okay.
I got
That's
you.
one.
Yeah, I got you. So yeah, you make your way back to the table. Alexander, who's now been named to you, moves out of the way and does draw your seat out for you, Ritan.
Very polite thank you, and she also gives the polite inclination of her head to Luce before she sits.
Who gives you the same. It looks like they're coming to like the halfway point through their meal at this point. But your places have been left empty. And Alexander leans down to your ear, Ritan. Can I interest you in dinner this evening, my lady?
She
And he's
very...
like, right here.
Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that. Ritan doesn't like that. It's taking like every ounce of willpower in her not to immediately like. If it pleases my lady, and she kind of nods again at Luce, I do apologize for our tardiness.
And you hear a very soft, very knowing chuckle from Alexander right in your ear. What pleases milady is people who don't wander off on their own and aren't tardy for dinner. But I shall send the butlers and we will provide food for you all. I'm assuming meat is okay for everyone.
Glances at Osiris, because I don't remember.
No one else is really catching anything that he's saying. This is like almost whispered into her ear on the opposite side of everyone else.
Mm-hmm.
Osiris maybe catches it, and I'm pretty sure Osiris can lip read, if I remember correctly.
Observant?
Yes,
Yeah.
you can. So yeah, you're catching everything he's laying down because
And
he's
Ritan
obviously-
glances over at you.
Kind of gives like a slight thumbs up.
That will be fine.
And then he stands up, straightens out his coat, and clicks his fingers. And one of the butlers from down by the corridors immediately at his side, he whispers something in their ear. They shoot off through the doors to the bottom right of the hall. Over in this direction. And then not long after, you're brought this spread of, you know, there's cuts of beef and turkey with gravy drizzled over it. There's steamed and glazed parsnips and carrots, cauliflower, broccoli, crusts of bread, just this beautiful spread of amazing food. Potatoes, things like that. You know, things that make your mouth water just by smelling them, and then you see them and you're like, holy shit, and then you taste them and you're like, what the fuck? That kind of dealio. This is amazing, pretty fucking awesome food. And they also put a cup of water and a glass of wine in front of all of you. And, as you're waiting for the food to be served in a couple of minutes, Lady Lewis does address the table. I don't believe we've had the pleasure of exchanging names. I know that you stated you were here on behalf of Elizabeth, but it'd be rude for me not to formally meet my guests.
And how rude on our behalf for not making a point of introducing ourselves when you've been most gracious and hospitable.
I try.
My name is Ritan Zelkir, Elikai of Olakiola.
And you see across the table Saran smirk at you.
She gives like a very tiny wink.
And he sips from his glass. And Lady Lewis kind of goes, a pleasure.
Rax, Shaprax, Kiltar.
Once again, a pleasure. I know you. She looks at you, Perrin. I know you. But welcome back to the table. I'm glad you found
He was a
friends.
little bit stronger than I expected.
It tends to be. It's the good stuff from the top shelf. We do have to please our guests, and not everyone drinks wine.
Ritan takes a sip of said wine and hums into it
It's probably the finest elven wine you have ever
Mhm.
tasted.
Mm-hmm.
Like, potentially a good few years old. Yeah. Probably the bottle was dusty before they served it this evening. And then there's a very fixated glance on the green elf opposite her in the table. She doesn't say anything.
I am Osiris Yeet. That takes an awkward drink of wine.
Your family are from the west. Specifically the western border of the ocean, correct?
He nods.
Well, I do hope that someday perhaps we can make some kind of agreement with your family. I believe it's air transport, efficient air transport that they're currently working on, correct?
You got it.
Well, I mean, obviously we don't have space for you landing here, but of course, with relations in Cleome, and she gestures across at Saran, as well as relations with you, it would definitely be of benefit to the main cities, at least, to have some kind of efficient air transport.
Maybe one day there will be a spot everywhere to land.
Well, I mean, we can't move the Earth, darling, but, it's certainly a business venture I'd be interested in. So, we must talk tomorrow about perhaps forming an alliance. I'm sending for Soren in the morning, so if you wouldn't mind accompanying him, I'll send someone for you as well.
That sounds good. I'll keep it in mind.
Well, I mean, either I send for you or I don't.
Ritan kind of chuckles into her wine glass.
Yes, please. You may send somebody to come get me.
And you see there's an amused smirk as you continue talking, and then she kind of like shakes her head, and Saran kind of does a and rubs the mark on his forehead. And you can see Ritan especially, the Huntress is highly amused by this whole
Oh, Ratan's
situation.
highly amused.
But you know, food is served, it's amazing. Wine is served, it's just as good as you remember, for those of you who drank it before. Perrin, you're given whiskey if you want it.
Not with water now.
Just water? Okay. And you know, the evening goes on, dinner is served, they have like this really nice, it's kind of like a creme brulee for dessert, but slightly sweeter. Which is weird because how can you get sweeter creme brulee? But it happens, and it's kind of almost too sweet. And then they serve it with a side of sugared strawberries. And a cup of tea. A wonderful Earl Grey.
And the band is still playing?
The pianist is the only person that plays during the meal. But as the meal comes to a close, the rest of the jazz band get up on the stage and do pick back up into music, which obviously draws people out of their seats. They dust off their clothes, tap off their mouths with their napkins, and get up and start dancing again.
Your musicians are very talented, my lady.
Oh, well, thank you. Had to have the finest for the event. Although I can't say that they're mine. They're, visitors. Honored guests.
Regardless.
But I appreciate your compliment. And yeah, they do sort of set back up on the stage. You know, the drummer goes to their drums, classical bassist picks up their bass, piano picks up in the tune, people start getting up and dancing, butlers are clearing tables, making sure they're not getting in the way, that kind of jazz. You do notice that the tieflings, who you're familiar with, don't get up this time. They instead remain at their table and continue light conversation with the couple that they're with. None of you see Daniel return. But the evening goes on much in such the same pleasant conversation, unless you have any pressing questions for Luce. She keeps everyone engaged in conversation. But it's very like casual, lighthearted banter. You know, typical high society shit talk at dinner.
Yep.
Yeah, like, oh,
Dan's
and
used to this. It's political fencing.
yeah, exactly, entirely. And you can definitely see that there's a deep connection between Saran and Lady Luce. The way that they talk to each other is very comfortable. Ritan, you're aware, most like you out of anyone, and Perrin probably as well, you're aware that they're speaking about things without speaking about things?
Yeah.
Yeah, straight up politics talk. Perrin, you'd have witnessed it, you know, between generals and stuff. Ritan, you've been in high society dinner parties before. And they seem to be, you know, they flow in conversation really easily together. The Huntress doesn't really say much, she's just observing. But for the most part, you know, the night continues as it is. If you want to get up and dance, there's wonderful jazz playing. If you don't, then you're welcome to sit and maintain conversation, but it does go on for a couple of hours before people look like they're starting to leave. Yeah, it's probably the longest 2 hours of your life. Like, it goes and goes and goes.
Thank
and, like,
goodness Ritan at least has the experience of, like, kind of just, like, reflex deflecting half of the conversation. Because
yeah. And, like,
she's not volunteering, like, anything. Like, she would say, like, a couple of, like, polite things here and there to stay active in the conversation, not be rude. But pretty much, like, any, like, digging comments is just kind of, like, immediate, like, effortless deflect.
There's not so much digging, but more of, like, you know, like, oh, and, you know, your king is kind and generous and a great asset to the western side of the continent, that kind of stuff.
And
then,
she would give, like, the stereotypical, like, and I am very grateful to serve under someone of such distinction.
Yeah, and it's very much like little political draws, little like not shows of power,
It's
but there's like
grandstanding.
it's definitely like I know things and I want you to know that I know things.
Yes.
And it's very much like that for Osiris and Ritan the entire time.
And she's basically responding to the I know things and I want you to know things with, that's fine that you know things. I don't care.
But there's not like any pressing questions about you personally. It's mostly like, oh, how was the trip over? Trust that you traveled well. How's the food? How's the wine? And how are your rooms? Are they to your liking? Like all that sort of bullshit. But yeah, it's a couple of hours before people start looking like they're ready to leave. And they do sort of filter out in dribs and drabs, it goes a couple at a time. Obviously they all come and say farewell to Lady Luce. And, she gives the very polite, like, she stands, she dismisses them, a butler shows them out, that kind of thing. It's very, very efficient. And, the band pack up after everyone's left. It's only the staff and yourselves that are left by the end. And even the tieflings that are gone. And the band is packing up, and the butlers are doing their best to clear up from the evening. And Lady Luce stands up and, well, it's been a joy talking to you all, but unfortunately I'm quite exhausted and I'd like to excuse myself for the evening. If you wouldn't mind, my staff will escort you to your rooms for the night, and Osiris, I will send for someone to get you in the morning. Same for you, Saran, and Saran bobs his head. But for now, I shall take my leave. And you see Alexander, he helped her draw her chair out, gave her the hand, helped her up, all that sort of stuff, and then follows her immediately out of the ballroom to the south. And they, for all intents and purposes, disappear for the evening. And you are immediately, like, by your side, there are 2 butlers. Immediately at the table. Like, instantly over to where you are, give you a bow. If you're ready, we can escort you. And it's creepy, like, one's maybe, like, ever so slightly taller than the other, but the 2 of them are, like, identical.
I hate it. I still
Yeah,
hate
it's
it.
great!
I hated it last week, I hate it this week.
Scruffy brown hair, smart attire, ties fixed in the same place and position, same color, same cut, everything.
Ritan kind of nods her head. I do find myself a bit exhausted from the festivities. I think I will retire. And Saran, again, as you said, if you'd like to talk at any point in time.
Well, unfortunately, I myself am tired. It's a long way from Cleom, so I will be taking my leave and heading to bed for the night. Or, well, if we can really call it night. And he sort of chuckles. And he kind of flags down a different butler. And Kalariel kind of stands up and gives like a, kind of like a, not quite a click, but like a hand symbol to both of the beasts that have been guarding her table the entire night. And goes, well, I do hope our paths don't cross too quickly, but I'm going to retire as well. And don't worry, I'll take my pets with me. And they both follow the same butler and disappear for the night.
Yeah,
And you're
Ritan
left.
makes to stand up.
And you do, and one of the butlers kind of gives you like a nod and looks at the rest of the table.
Rex just getting up pretty much at the same time as Ritan's basically making the moves to get up and go. Straightens his jacket, all that stuff when he gets.
Give a little stretch.
And you're all escorted through to your rooms. I have marked all of your rooms on the map, so that's
Aw.
exciting. Yeah, I know, right? I put a little name card outside your door.
Aww.
I remember seeing mine last week, so I'm like, yeah, I saw mine.
I didn't want to put yours on there because then they'd know that someone else
Right.
is there.
Yep, yep.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, you are escorted to your room. The two butlers that follow you, one stays outside Perrin's door, at the bottom corner, and then one stays at the top corner and watches all of you go into your rooms for the night. I need all of you to roll me a perception check.
Oh! Oh no!
And put you in your rooms because I can.
Oh no! Oh
Oh
no!
boy.
Huh, huh, huh.
Oop.
Those are lovely. Okay, so how long do you wait in your rooms?
What about Kess?
Before I go,
I accidentally GM rolled it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay.
because I get dropped off first, and
second.
well, first of the main party. Yeah, the OG party. I'm the first to get dropped off. She wishes Perrin a good night as he gets dropped off. You know, sleep well.
You too.
And as she's getting dropped off at her room, she says, sleep well, gentlemen. We should talk soon. And goes into her room.
The butler thinks nothing of it.
Max goes into his room. Once we get down there. I'm assuming everybody else does too. They have some.
Yep.
Okay.
No, I'm just going to my room.
How long are you guys waiting in your room?
I'm immediately putting my armor on as soon as I get in there. Like, she's, like, in the door pulling the heels off, you know, swearing at her shoes, and immediately trying to, like, how the hell do I get out of this thing?
Except for there's a problem with that. I have your armor.
So are you telling me I get into this room, I take my shoes off, and my armor's gone?
You put your armor in the bag of holding that I have.
Oh shit, that's right. So she gets like halfway through pulling it off and just goes,
What's everyone else doing?
Rax gets into his room and flops. Sorry.
Hold, Kess.
I am pulling their stuff out of the bag of holding.
Just like dumping it all on your floor.
No, I'm setting it nicely on my bed.
Okay. You
Just
have,
in
like-
case anybody wants to come get it.
And now Rax goes in and flops in his bed.
Yep.
Asarius.
Nutcrush and Osiris are gonna both get in the bed and completely destroy it.
Completely destroy it, like rip it to pieces.
Not literally, but like laying down.
Okay, I was like, you're going in and you're ripping this bed to pieces? What the fuck? I was like, I know shit went down, but fuck! Okay, how long are you guys in your room for?
told to wait an hour.
At least.
Mm-hmm.
There are no clocks in your rooms. And there are no windows.
I prep a 10-minute spell and almost cast it 6 times. No, I'm kidding.
Oh boy. But yes, you wait an undetermined amount of time that you assume is an hour. For those of you who were told to wait. What would you like to do?
I'll go to his door and just kind of pop his head out.
Are you trying deliberately not to be seen?
Are there bathrooms in these rooms?
Nope.
Then no, I'm not deliberately trying to be seen, not to be seen.
Yeah, so you pop your head out. What are you looking for?
See if there's anybody around.
Roll me a perception check. No one's around. The halls are quiet. The bustle from the evening has gone quiet, and the only real sound is the flickering of the torches that are hanging lit in the hallway to keep it lit for the guests. But also like the natural creak of a house when it's getting colder in the evening. You know, the woods creaking and expanding and contracting and doing all of that jazz. But there's no one really around.
Mm-hmm.
It's very quiet. It's like when you're a kid and you get up in the middle of the night to try and sneak snacks from the kitchen.
Yep.
It's like that kind of quiet.
Well, he's looking around and he takes a couple steps into the hallway.
Mm-hmm.
Older. Takes a couple steps down, kind of listening into. Actually, Ritan would be the only one that was also aware of this, right?
Ritan and Perrin.
Yeah. And he's listening into her room to see if she's moving or see if there's any sound coming from her room as he makes his way.
Okay, so roll me a perception to listen through Ritan's door.
No, like as he's walking.
Okay. Ritan, what are you up to in your bedroom?
Like I don't know if she sounds like she's gonna be coming out or something like that. But
You can't really hear much of anything. There's not like conversation. There's not like a lot of movement. It doesn't sound like you can't really make anything out.
Mhm.
Just with like as you're walking. Osiris and Kess, what are you guys doing in your room an hour later? Don't say masturbating.
So once I like got everything out, I probably would have just kind of like sat down and hung out like by the door and listened for any kind of movement because Ritan said we should talk soon. He wasn't sure exactly what that meant, so he was just like kind of waiting to see if anything happened or if anybody came by.
So that's what your first perception check was actually for, because I assumed you guys would listen through your door. And also something else happened, but you don't. What you do hear is that the footsteps that you know where the butler was standing walk away, so you're aware that there's no one in the hallway, and no one else approaches during that hour.
Do I hear Rax walk by?
Later on, towards the end of what seems to be forever, you do hear footsteps. You hear a door open and close, and then you hear footsteps come down the hallway from Rax's room's direction.
Osiris with his ridiculous passive pro.
Yeah, Osiris heard all of that. Like, when you left your room and walked down the hallway, he heard you moving. He'll be glad Miryu's not next door. But yeah, Osiris, what do you do for the hour?
Probably stand up from the bed, neatly brush himself off because he still has the suit on.
And then just chill out for an hour?
Pretty much.
Okay. So yeah, you don't really hear much noise from anyone's rooms as you're walking past Rax.
Making his way to the corner of the hallway and shit, I have things.
Making it difficult?
Yes. He's gonna kind of like not being sneaky about it, because he's just kind of walk down the hallway and look down to see if there's anybody in this one as well.
You don't see anyone.
Makes his way back to Ritan's door and knocks on it.
It opens almost too quickly. Not like flung open, but it's almost like you're not even like done knocking and the door opens.
Waiting for me?
Oh. Like, I really want to be in this house any longer than I have to be. And she kind of ushers you inside.
Takes a step in.
Closes the door.
So it's been guessing an hour. I don't see anybody on our hallway or the hallway down from yours. I was
Okay.
see if they had a bathroom or something.
Good excuse. And she's kind of standing there like with her arms crossed like she would be if she were wearing her armor, and it looks really weird in this dress. It looks very uncomfortable.
Kind of like gives you a weird look, and then he's like, I would have expected you to be in your armor by now.
I don't have it.
Okay, do we want to go get it?
Yeah, but I'm not exactly the sneakiest, so I thought sitting in here would probably be a better idea since I already got caught before.
Well, you're gonna sneak by me because it seems like I'm the only one around in the hallway for the past few minutes.
Alright. And then she kind of looks like she's thinking about something.
Just he kind of like steps out of the way of the door just so you can make your way over to Kess's room if you wanted to. And just waits.
Before we go and retrieve our new friend, I'd like to talk to the three of you about some sensitive information. And she's gonna go to the door, open it, still no shoes on, and head to where Kess's door is. Knock, knock, knock.
Door opens.
Please tell me you still have my armor.
Gonna like gesture to his bed and show you that like all of your shit is already laid out on the bed.
She's like, no!
And he'll like step out of the room and close the door behind him so you can change.
It takes me 10 minutes, but I do it.
So hold on, you're putting the armor on over the dress?
Oh, well, he like left the room like he's got all my stuff. So no, I'm doing like the whole changing thing.
Okay, so it takes
all,
like...
all of your stuff was laid out on the bed.
Yeah,
like,
so it's gonna take me probably closer to 15 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Because I've got to get out of the dress and into my underclothes and then into the armor and...
So, Rax and Kess, you're in the hallway for 15 minutes, Would you like to discuss anything? Osiris, you're hearing doors opening and closing and people moving around. You also hear the faint sound of Kess's voice, then Ritan's voice, and then the door open and close and someone leave the room next door to you. Because you're passive as fucking stupid.
And he probably hears the sound of Ritan starting to get changed.
Not quite.
Ching, ching, ching.
Not quite. The walls are thick enough for that not to be an issue. But, you know, you can hear the rumble of voices through it, and he knows you well enough to distinguish whose voice is whose.
Yeah, so after I step out, I'm gonna, like, mind link with Rax, like, what the hell happened upstairs?
Well, seems like we're surrounded by enemies, and it's...
I got that much.
yeah. The Lord of the house is, Richie's dad.
Interesting.
Uh-huh. And, there's... his eyes were glowing red for some reason, it seemed like. And he keeps saying that we can't save him, all this stuff. And then we were trying to just get some information, and it seems like we're in trouble right now with where we are. Like, oh,
Of course we are.
yeah. And this is all mind linked, so nobody, Osiris, even with your stupid passive, wouldn't be. But yeah, so he told us to find a book in the library on the manor, and it'll tell us how we can kill her. I don't know, it's... apparently there's something special about her and her people here or something. But it's not looking good. That's all I can really say.
Lady Luce?
Yeah. What? He just kind of shrugs and says, I don't quite know what he was talking about, but he kind of looks like he remembers a little bit, and he says, and he said something about she'll kill us and then we'll rise again the next day. I don't know. I asked Breezy and she doesn't know either.
Would I know anything? Did that give me any ideas?
You can roll me a religion check with disadvantage.
So no.
Basically. But you can make the roll. Yeah, no fucking idea. Not a fucking clue.
Yeah.
Kess just, like, looks around like no idea what's going on and just kind of okay, like
Rax just kind of shrugs, and in your head still, yeah, me either.
Cyrus, you're hearing you heard people walk into the hallway, but you're not hearing anything else.
He wants to, like, creak open the door and kind of peep his head out and look around.
Rax just
You see
gives you a
Kess,
kind of a wave.
Rax and peepers, yeah.
Kind of gives a wave out. Then just gonna go back in the room, guys.
So Cyrus waves at you and just moves back into his bedroom.
Rex just kind of like,
Ritan, you spend 15 minutes getting dressed.
I
Okay.
do?
Time passes.
Okay.
Mental conversations are had.
Um,
You're in Kess's room on your own with everyone else's gear scattered around on his bed.
Sorry, I just wanted to get that sent to you. So yeah, she finishes getting dressed and then walks to the door. Both glaives on her back. Opens the door, mask back on. Steps out, closes the door.
Guess would like step off to the side to let her out.
And you see Ritan fully armored up as you're used to her. Boots instead of heels, trousers instead of legs, armor instead of a dress, glaives
No.
on her back.
I would let Rex know that I have all of his stuff set out as well if he wants anything.
No, you didn't. I put it in my bag.
Oh, you did?
Mhm.
You put everything in your bag?
It was just clothes.
Yeah, Rex doesn't wear armor.
Your staffs and stuff? Your quarterstaff? Your anything?
I took my whole bag out when we were
Okay.
Yeah,
I
look,
don't
when we
have
left.
any of
Yeah.
I lied.
Rax will send a mental message over to Osiris and say, if you want to come get your stuff from Kess, and then we
Oh.
gotta talk.
because there's restrictions on that.
It's a foot of stone.
A foot of stone, an inch of metal, or a thin sheet of lead, or 3 bits of wood. Within range. Yeah, okay. I'll let it slide. The door's not that thick. The walls, however.
They're a foot thick. Over a foot thick. Either way, he sends it over to Osiris, lets him know.
Cyrus, in your brain, you get a Rax voice going, "Yo, sup? Kess has your shit."
He kind of freaks out for a second. He kind of lets out a loud "okay," saying it.
You. I'm gonna say anyone with a passive of 13 or higher, other than Perrin,
Nope.
hears "okay" from Osiris's room.
I don't hear it.
Shakes his head.
Rax doesn't get a mental message back, and he's like, just kind of like looking around, like waiting for it almost.
He'll walk out of his room.
Rax's face will go back to normal because it was sent. He just didn't get a response back.
Kess looks confused at Osiris and then back to the rest of the party because he has no fucking clue what's going on still.
Osiris says has got a confused look on his face too.
Rax just points at Kess's door and he says, "It's in there."
Thank you.
Ritan like motions at the door.
I'm assuming you go in and get your shit.
Yes.
Cyrus goes in and gets his shit. You're all standing looking confused in the hallway. Perrin, what are you up to? What are you doing in your room?
So when I first got in, I would have kind of sat in the large armchair that was in the description,
Mm-hmm.
thinking over everything that just went through the past couple hours.
Mm-hmm. Shit happens,
And-
man.
Oh yeah. And then after a little bit, I would actually go ahead and start grab my armor off the armor stand and start taking off this formal crap.
I don't blame you.
start putting on the
Mood.
start putting on the armor that I know and love,
Mm-hmm.
and then kind of sit there on the chair, just kind of waiting still.
Just chilling.
Yep.
Yeah. So I mean, you did hear 2 sets of footsteps not long after you entered your room come past your room, but other than that you haven't really heard anything else.
Okay.
And let me double check. Later on you do hear a very distant sound of doors opening and closing, but they're like far away, like other end of the hall, kind of far away.
With my passive of 15, would I have heard that loud? Okay.
No.
Okay.
You're too far away from Osiris's room and how thick these walls are. You're too far away. But you
Okay.
definitely have heard doors opening and closing. It's that quiet that you would have been able to hear it, but it's like at the other end of the fucking hallway. But yes, you all gather your things and are. Most of you are together. There is a set of double doors at the end of this hallway, at the top that Rax would definitely be aware of.
Yeah, this is a personal one. Kind of ignore this.
Okay. Can I ask what it's for?
Trying to decide on how long I was gonna wait before leaving to start heading up their direction. I would have done it with physical dice, but I don't have any on me right now.
Yeah, main party, what are you up to? You've all got your shit together, you're all undressed to the nines and dressed in your various regular clothes and armor, other than Rax, who still looks fancy and fuck.
Oh, I would probably was gonna change in the meantime. I forgot to say it. That's my bad.
Okay, well, you look less fancy as fuck, but you still have no armor on.
Yeah, the usual, the new usual.
Kess is just wearing his common clothes, like he didn't put his armor.
Okay.
Ritan looks so comfortable.
Like she puts it on and she walks out and she's just like rubbing herself like, thank God.
It feels right again.
Kess is just kind of looking at Ritan, waiting for her to say something, or...
She kind of like catches you looking. I'm assuming Rax filled you in.
Kind of?
Rax says, well, I filled him
This is all
in.
gonna be... She's keeping her voice quiet. I'm just not gonna do it because the mic's not gonna pick me up.
Mm-hmm.
It would appear that Lady Luce has control over everyone in this house and could order them to harm us, kill us, which is why we were waiting until everyone went to sleep. That was what we were advised to do.
He's just gonna kind of like look, still confused, and just kind of nod.
Where did I lose you?
He's gonna start a mind link and be like, so. Well, he doesn't want anybody listening in.
No, I know, but Ritan's like, God damn it, another voice in my head.
So, Lady Luz, controlling evil, book and library, how to kill her. Why is it our job to kill her?
And she, like, kind of gives you a look like she's not sure why you're confused, and just very plainly responds back in the mental link. Because she has Richie's dad, and she's bad, and involved with a cult. Maybe.
Kess just kind of shrugs. Okay.
Right. Good talk.
So I'm assuming they're making faces at
Yeah,
each
Rick
other
Danny
as they're
gives,
talking.
Like a the fuck face halfway through the conversation.
Well, no, like Rax is assuming that Kess is, or you guys are talking, and he's, as he notices that, he's probably, like, he's gonna start just sending messages to Osiris to kind of fill him in on what's going on. Effectively saying what he said to Kess.
Please repeat it, because it was rather amusing.
So that guy's Richie's dad. And he has to do it in like short bursts. Because the message spell is only like 25 words. And he's not sure how long he can go with it.
Awkwardly cuts off
Yeah. In the middle of a word. Like, well, no, middle of a sentence would be. Anyway, he's like, so that guy's Richie's dad. Lady Luce is really bad news. She controls people in the house and the town, I think he said. There's a book in the library about the house, and apparently it tells us how to kill her. These are all like, each time I stopped was like a separate.
Yeah. Yeah.
They have like different variant faces of Osiris of having his mouth open like he's going to answer, and just like open mouth, That's what just a completely confused face. He just doesn't know what to say right now.
I'm just imagining that you send one of these messages, and before you can send the next one, all you hear back in your head is,
I just
Your
want to
name
say
is
that
more out loud.
I want you to know that message isn't the one that has a restricted word count.
That's sending.
Yeah.
Oh, it is? Oh, well.
Burst of messages for no reason.
It's even funnier. I wasn't gonna be the one to tell him.
I thought it did.
The sheet. I checked an NPC
Well-
sheet and then I
wasn't gonna be the
googled
one
it.
to tell him. I'm enjoying it too much.
Whatever.
But I mean, Rex, it's still new magic to you, so.
Yeah. He's just kind of saying it in
Oh
bursts.
my god.
And Osiris is slack-jawed the whole time.
And he just kind of like gives him a thumbs up just to be like, you get it? Anything?
His mouth is still open. He plays 2 thumbs up. I think I got it.
Just a random thumbs up to nobody in the room.
I need to check something.
Oh man.
Okay, never mind. As you were. Oh, God. This time you do hear the sound of... I think I get it, echoing through the halls, Perrin. Because he said it out loud!
Which means Ritan also caught this one.
Mm-hmm. I mean, he's standing right next to you.
Well,
But,
yeah,
like,
but I
we're-
missed the last one because my passive wasn't high enough.
And he was also in a room, whereas this time he's in the actual hallway and sound fucking carries in here.
Rex just kind of does this after he talks out loud. He's like,
Ritan also just puts her hand over her mask. And then she's gonna motion everybody into one of the rooms. And just very quietly says, we should talk.
Rex goes into the room that she motions into.
Well, we're all inside of Kess's room, so I guess we're volunteering his room.
So you pile into Kess's room.
My chainmail's back on. I'm sorry.
Perrin, you hear some heavy footfalls and a lot of like in the hallway you hear like the floor kind of creaking as if there's a lot of movement, and then another door shutting again. From further up in the up in the back.
Okay.
Because yeah. And I'm gonna move you while they have their private discussion. I'm so sorry.
I appreciate that, actually.
Yeah, no, it's okay.
I feel bad, but...
I know. I mean, Kess sat in his own for half an hour, so.
I know. I
Yeah.
feel bad that, like, it's his second session and it's like, sorry.
No. It's understandable. Yeah. I explained to him to be prepared because of the whole Urendel incident.
Yeah.
So he's aware. As a
Okay.
player.
So once everybody is in the room, Ritan is gonna kind of like... Is there like a desk or something that she can just kind of like lean on?
Yeah, there's a writing desk with parchment on it.
Alright, so she kind of like leans back on her hands against the desk, takes a deep breath, I don't want to sound paranoid, but for now I'm willing to trust that Perrin is going to help us. I think we should keep an eye on him. Especially considering, at least from where I'm standing, he's a soldier from an enemy country, which automatically makes me a little bit nervous. Number two, he's from said country that we know may be infiltrated by a cult, which also makes me nervous. Thirdly, I simply don't know him and I don't know his intentions or Saran's intentions putting him in our path. That being said, keep an eye on him. But there is some sensitive information that I would prefer does not get mentioned in front of him ever until we're sure that we can trust him.
Rex is nodding the whole time.
I know it's a little unfair to everyone. And I just gotten comfortable with the way that things were. But in light of this, I would prefer it if none of you mentioned Leodir's name or the fact that he exists in front of Perrin at all.
Rex kind of points up at Peepers and he goes, I understand what you're talking about.
You three are of 4 or 5 people that know he exists.
Don't forget Miriu. This isn't me.
Yeah, that's why she said 5.
Okay.
5. That being said, that's a tremendous amount of trust on my part and his part. And it's a vulnerability I don't even want to remotely entertain the idea of being weaponized.
Rex gives a knowing nod. Or an understanding nod, I should say.
So as far as Perrin's concerned, I don't have a Deva, and Leodir does not exist.
I already promised that I wasn't going to say a fucking word.
And she kind of looks at you. I know. But I just wanted, for my own comfort, I needed to make sure that I said it.
Understood.
Heard loud and clear.
Just want to let you know that my word is still there.
I trust you. I trust all of you.
Rex says, same basic thing, just don't
Of course.
try not to mention her. real name, ideally. As far as he's concerned.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, he was like, whether he thinks she's a familiar or just a regular owl doesn't matter, but just in case, don't use her actual name.
You all hear a very grumpy sounding hoot from his shoulder.
I'm sorry.
The timing is horrible, and you just hear a very choked, like, from Ritan against the desk. Sorry.
And then Papers gives like a big old bat over wings, deliberately clipping the back of Rax's head, and then settles down again. Like a proper boof on the back of your head.
Mm-hmm.
Although, you know what I just realized?
Mm-hmm.
And there's a mischievous twinkle in her eye, and she kind of cocks her head like she's listening.
I have like 4 people in my DMs. You get chuckling.
This will be interesting. And she sounds amused.
Okay.
But that was he has a new friend to play with who doesn't know he exists. He'll entertain himself. And probably us. But that
Rex
was
just
all
kind
I
of smirk
wanted.
nods.
I would ask you not to talk about my wings, but apparently that reputation precedes me a bit. But that was all. We have no idea where we're going.
Nope. No clue.
Right. Let's see if Perrin knows where the library is. Because somehow I feel like I'm going to draw a lot of attention wandering the house and all of this. And if he's a soldier, he's probably also going to be drawing a lot of attention.
As well as macros.
Oh,
You
yes.
see like this very like it's very dog-like, kind of like sit up and like proud, and then give you like what would essentially be puppy dog eyes if he had eyes.
Also, real quick, while it's on my mind, was there a particular reason you refused to give your name to Saran? She says this to Osiris.
Oh.
More because of the person next to me, but nothing against him.
Okay. Political fencing, not exactly my strong suit, but when everyone else at the table is giving their names and then you refuse to, you kind of look like a dick. Especially because then later you gave your name to the lady of the house, and that kind of snubbed him. Just letting you know for your meeting in the morning.
Yeah. I guess I'll cross that bridge when we get there.
Well, you kind of already introduced yourself. You don't need to reintroduce yourself in the morning. But let's go find a library, shall we?
Well, once we grab Perrin.
Well, yes.
So you all finish up your conversation and exit out of the room. You all know where his room is. Are you all going to go pick up Perrin?
Rax will offer up just going by himself down there.
Ritan's like, yeah, you go.
So, Perrin, well, Rex, first of all, you see what looks to be the shorter figure of a dark-haired dwarven male peeking around the southern corner as you round your corner. You assume it's Perrin, but now the individual is dressed in very beautiful armor. But yeah, you see him peeking around the southern corner.
Rax kind of just stands there waiting for a second to see if he's gonna go around the corner.
After seeing what you told me I saw, I would go ahead and turn back to my door.
You turn around and you see at the far end of the hallway the peeking head of a green dragonborn.
Okay, I'll go ahead and kind of give a nod and start heading his way.
And you make it all the way up undisturbed.
I'll quietly say, "Is there something around the corner?"
Just the doors of the ballroom are closed,
Okay.
but nobody's there from what I saw.
Okay. That's good. Alright, we're over in Kess's room. He walks over and then walks in.
Go ahead and go in and step in, close the door.
You all huddle in this small but beautiful bedroom.
And the woman who was in a dress previously is not.
Everyone other than Rax is armored up again in regular clothes. Rax is just wearing normal clothes. No armor.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, the woman has a steel mask over her face. No features on it, just a solid faceless mask. All it has is 2 eye holes in it where you see her eyes peering out.
Okay. So as she was saying, yeah, I'm wearing some pretty nice, kept well together chainmail. Yeah, I had to double check. With a warhammer on my hip and carrying a shield with me too. Oh, and a small pair of hand axes.
The shield is emblazoned with Ritan. You would know the symbol of Cleom.
She is also wearing chainmail. It's interesting in its design.
Yeah, it's literally like the reference art.
Yeah, if you've seen Ritan's reference art, it's like that,
Yeah,
complete
okay.
with like the really tall armored boots and the battle booty shorts. But she also has a long, tattered piece of black fabric that looks like maybe it used to be a flag that is like almost tucked in, kind of like the back of a tabard, like a long train coming off the back of her armor, and it is emblazoned with a stylized phoenix feather.
You
And
can roll a history with disadvantage, Perrin.
And she also has 2 glaives strapped across her back.
One of them's very, very pretty.
Mm-hmm.
Really good at this one.
You have no idea.
Okay.
Not
And she also has a
clue-
shield on her back with the same symbol.
Not a clue what that symbol means.
Okay.
But yes, you have all now reconvened.
Well, this is going to be a stretch, but do you happen to know where the library is?
DM, what happened to the libraries?
Is it in your notes?
No,
I don't think so.
I don't think it is. Hold on, let me double check.
gave him a lot of notes.
That's okay.
Doesn't look
No.
like it.
You have no idea.
I have no clue.
Do we think? Do we think it could have been in the same wing that I doubt it's gonna be in the same wing that we followed Daniel into? That seemed probably more like the living quarters type thing.
Rex kind of like
I thought the same thing too.
Rex kind of like points in the direction of his room. Says there's double doors at the end of the hall, but
Maybe that takes us to the back wing of the manor. Maybe we should start there.
somewhere to check.
I don't think going back to the front of the manor is going to do much except potentially get us caught by the staff. Which, by the way, and she looks at Osiris and Kess, apparently we're not supposed to do.
Okie dokie. So please put on the map the marching order in the hallway. Assuming that the front is towards Rex's bedroom.
Rex is probably gonna go by him, well, either by himself or with Kess to the door just to get a little bit sneakier, hopefully.
Like, Ritan will be, like, second, quote unquote, but she's letting him do his recon because she knows that she makes a lot of noise. So as soon as it's the all clear, then she'll move up.
So if you're intending to be sneaky, please roll me a stealth check.
If I can open my character sheet, I'm gonna do this for.
Rex was probably. I don't know how he would like signal it, but
Hit. Sorry, I dropped my pen.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be
No,
I
suspicious.
have advantage.
mm-hmm.
I don't know why I had advantage clicked on my sheet.
I don't know.
I desperately have to pee. I'll be like 2 seconds.
Yeah, me
Oh my
too. I
fucking god.
Let's take like a 5. Go pee.
Perfect.
Get another drink.
Perfect.
Because I need
Alright.
to pee.
Alright, so like she said, we'll be right back. Give us a few.
Okay. Hello. Okay. I'm going to show stream the pretty glaive one more time. You know, I never thought that I'd be sneaking around looking for a library.
Honestly, me either.
My plan was pretty much like Shaun of the Dead, like, go around Mom's house, kill Phil, go back to the Winchester, have a nice pint, and wait for everything to blow over.
So, I think it was probably like Tuesday. I messaged Ghost and I had a guess on what we were walking into, and I was like, "And this is why." And then he was like, "No, it's probably this." I was right. Like, I'm so mad I'm right. Hate it.
I knew.
Yeah.
Like, I had that theory before last week.
Mm-hmm. You see, I didn't hear the Forever Night stuff until last, or I didn't remember the Forever Night stuff until last week.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's not what I'm talking about, but yes, I figured it out, like, once, like, after session, I was like, oh.
Mm-hmm.
Fun stuff.
Oh, yeah.
This will be great.
No. Get me the fuck out of here.
I mean, you're gonna be really happy you have me with you. I'm gonna say that.
This is true.
It felt so good to click those check boxes again to get back.
I
to
know.
Oh,
My AC was so low.
Was it like 12?
11.
Oh,
Same
even
here.
worse.
It was 11.
My AC dropped to 1 point.
Must be nice. God, now you guys understand why Ritan felt so fucking vulnerable being in there.
Oh, I know.
No weapons, no armor.
Like, the only thing Rax didn't have that he normally does would just be, like, his quarterstaff. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, he still has, like, touch spells, so it's like, eh.
Yeah, she had her spells and stuff, but like...
Right.
Lucky.
Ooh.
Yeah, Tess pretty much had everything.
Mm-hmm. Except his quarterstaff, like Rax.
That I never use.
Well, yeah.
I'm still waiting for stealth checks.
I already gave it. Oh, I gotta give one for Peepers. She is not being suspicious at all.
Oh.
Oh, I guess we're all doing them?
Yep.
Okay.
Well,
I mean,
unless some of you are like traipsing
No,
around.
let me roll that at disadvantage. Why don't I?
Yeah, because of your armor. Yep.
Ooh.
Yeah, you're still better than mine was.
Yeah.
Oh, does the chainmail give disadvantage?
Yep, heavy
I
armor
think
gives
so.
disadvantage.
Yeah.
Crap.
Yeah,
Okay.
it does. So just roll again, please.
Still not bad.
Still better.
Still, yeah, still not.
Still better than mine with the pass without a trace.
Keeping with the theme of Ritan being suspicious.
So, you all think you're doing pretty well. You all can hear that Rex is kind of doing that Pink Panther kind of sneak and not being as quiet as he thinks he looks. But he's doing the full like dinner, 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 sneak up the hallway.
He's being like Kronk from Emperor's New Groove.
Oh my
Pretty
god.
much. Yeah. Pretty much.
Just less beefy. That's the only difference.
I mean,
Cass is
you're a
between,
6-foot
though.
dragonborn.
But he's not beefy. I mean, he's got decent strength.
Yeah, Kess is also doing the same right behind them. The two of them are kind of like, thing 1 and 2 creeping up the hallway.
It made sense in my head.
And
Alright.
the two of them,
It was a good call.
Yeah.
yeah, the two of them,
Mhm.
tiptoe. I mean, they're not being noisy, but they're definitely not as quiet as they think they look. And they make their way up to the double doors.
I don't hear them.
I mean, you still see them. Like
I know, but I just want to point out.
you're still in the party. They're not hiding from you.
Oh
It's
no,
like-
I know.
So Ritan is still aware of it.
They still rolled higher than my passive.
But yeah, the room. Yeah. You come to a double door entryway that the doors are made of the same thick dark wood as all the other doors you've seen. These ones have ornate gold-colored frame and look like handles that suggest it's a push-open door, and it can be pulled shut from this side.
Rex is gonna kind of put his head up to the door and listen to see if he hears anything on the other side first.
Okay, roll me a perception.
Yeah.
You don't hear anything with your ear pull against the door.
And he's gonna lean in with the shoulder that Peepers is on because he always does.
Yeah.
So she's also going to listen.
Doesn't hear anything on the other side of the door.
So then he's gonna kind of.
I will say going forward, if you are doing that, it will be an assist, it won't be an individual roll.
Okay, she'll be assisting me.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he's still gonna
Okay.
push in. Just kind of peeking as he pushes, trying to be quiet.
Okay, so you push open the doors and are immediately greeted by the smell of musty old books. The room is completely, totally, and utterly dark. As you're peeking in, it looks to be a 70-foot long, 60-foot wide, and 35 feet high room that has rows and rows and rows and rows and rows of books lining the wall.
Yes.
I'll show you. Dun, dun. Dun, dun. Big ol' room. The walls are covered with bookshelves that are lined with rows and rows of books. In the middle of this large hall are 4 study desks that are sit back to back in pairs, with a number of chairs arranged at the desks. At the far end of the hall, there's what looks to be like a book cart that seems to have books and things sort of sprawled across it as if they're waiting to be put away. What you also see is that hanging between, sort of like in the middle of the room between bookshelves, are lantern boxes that are currently unlit, but would be lit if the room was in use. It seems to be where the main source of light would come from. And by lantern boxes, I mean like big, tall lanterns in like squares with glass fronts on them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's not a thing you guys have. I don't know. American's weird.
I just imagine like long
I'm really
lantern.
overruled right now.
They're kind of like on hooks in the wall, but they're kind of long and chunky.
Okay.
Like boxes. There's basically like the torch on the inside is protected by glass walls. So that if anything went wrong, it wouldn't burn the books.
But I figured.
Yeah.
Okay. So I don't see anybody in there.
Nope. No one's in there.
He kind of looks back at everybody and gives like a thumbs up and then
This party should have been
Waves
called
of-
thumbs up.
Rattan will immediately move up to the doors of the library.
as you're walking up, Rex is going to take a step in.
And you said it's totally dark in there?
Completely, totally not really dark. But you also see the hanging lantern boxes.
She's gonna step into the room.
Mhm.
And then check on something. She's waiting to make sure that everyone's in the room first. She'll motion to Perrin to close the doors behind him.
And I'll do so.
And once the doors are closed, she says a word that only peepers can understand. And I'm going to have Alemfira begin emitting the full brunt of light.
Mm-hmm.
So her glaive ignites in these little flames on the blade of Alemfira, and 40 feet of bright light fill the room.
Mm-hmm. And you see the room as you see it before you. No, all down the two walls are bookshelves that are just like floor to ceiling with books. There's like a little ladder between each set of two that will help like reach higher shelves, but yeah.
Says, well, guess we better get looking.
Do we know what book we're looking for?
I'm going to assume it's going to be very old and probably hidden.
But it's probably something about Duskthane or Duskthane Manor. Something.
Mm-hmm. I would also like to use a divine sense at this point in time.
Okay,
Do you need me to pop it for you?
please. And show me where you're using it in the room.
Pretty much right, like right smack in the middle.
You don't get anything.
Okay.
What are you guys doing? Ritan's busy doing her thingy.
Rex is coming down to the book cart and he's gonna start just looking through, checking the titles of stuff.
Roll me an investigation, please.
There. Oh, I filled the whole room with light. Cool. I just wanted to see how much of the room I filled. Now I know.
That's the one. Ooh, boy.
You're poking around. Let me check. So you're poking around this little book cart. It's probably about waist high. There's a lot of just like fictional novels, you know, casual reading. There's a couple scattered in there that look like they're for teaching things like literature. So like how to properly formulate letters and how to do that sort of stuff. Essentially like what you'd be taught in English, you know, like your English class or whatever. There's a couple of bits of paper, like parchment, that looks like they've been scribbled notes as if someone was previously taking notes from the books. And they've just kind of left it on top of the cart, but nothing that seems to be what you're looking for.
Okay.
Osiris, I'm assuming you're looking in that bookshelf?
Yes.
Okay, roll me an investigation, please. Okay.
He finds 50 Shades of Grey.
Would it be 50 Shades of Night?
Yeah. 50 layers of shadow.
Oh, 50 Shades of Dusk. Because, like, Duskthane.
Yeah. 50 Shades of Dusk. I like it. that or he just finds a lot of vampire erotica. Oh boy. No, you guys are not getting my goldfish crackers.
Can I have your goldfish crackers?
Do you want my goldfish crackers?
I've had goldfish in forever, so.
I love goldfish. They are my favorite snack food.
Right now.
They are my favorite snack food. If I could cram them through the camera and give them to you, I would.
I appreciate you.
Like, I have loved these for so long that every time I go to visit my mom, she makes sure that she has a bag of goldfish because I love them. Always have.
When we used to go camping growing up, me and my sister would literally like sit across the table from one another like the long way,
Yeah.
and just like toss them into each other's mouths.
Yes! Yes! My brother and I used to do that.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's just a kid thing.
Oh yeah. And then we went to the other side of the camper, and my dad started throwing them at both of us. We got pretty fucking good.
My brother was in baseball, so like when he was in travel baseball, we used to, you know, like eat sunflower seeds all the time because that's what all the baseball players did.
Mm-hmm.
And we used to do that too, where like we'd be sitting, and I used to keep the score book for my brother's game because it was the only way that I could be there and not lose my mind. So he would sit on the bench, and I would be sitting in the bleachers behind the bench, and he'd be trying to throw sunflower seeds into my mouth through the fence. What? Yeah, you can lick my fingers all you want. You're not getting any. Out of context, that sounds really bad.
That's alright, I have no context for the last quote that was put into the quote section.
That was when I almost made Zoe spit take. I don't even remember what I said. I'm gonna have to go back and look.
Okay, Perrin, are you looking at that bookcase?
Yep.
Okay, please roll me an investigation check. Okay, you're looking at the books on this shelf and you're not really seeing anything interesting. It's kind of like a mishmash of fiction novels and unmarked book spines.
Yep.
Kess, are you looking at any?
I'm going to ritual cast Detect Magic.
Okay, within 30 feet of you.
And like once I do it, I'm gonna like walk around the room if I don't get any big hits because it's.
Okay, so you're getting a very subtle ping from this bookshelf.
Okay. Then I'm gonna look at this one and try to find the magic.
I will say now that your pass without a trace is replaced by your detect magic.
Yep.
Okay. Cool. All right. So you're looking at that shelf.
Yeah.
Roll me investigation with advantage.
Get it. Get it, Kess.
Hell yeah.
Get it,
Nice
Kess.
work there.
My investigation was decent, but I was just like, it's just a book cart. I expected nothing.
Yeah.
You actually took my idea. I was going to do the book cart, and then you had it there first. I was like, damn.
Yeah.
I mean, it might be interesting to see what notes were on it.
I mean, I would assume they're just like mediocre, but
Know what they say.
true. I have a feeling they don't say anything, and it's going to be all improv.
Then you can call me an asshole.
Ritan, you watch Kess walk up to this bookcase, very curious. He puts his hand out, touches a book, and says, "Hey, I've got something." I'll be back.
Okay. Oh, stop licking my notes.
Okay, fine.
She just did it again. No, like she made eye contact, stopped, and then did it again.
Nice.
I've got the one that always has to have the last word, and I have the other one where it's like, don't do that. I'm gonna do it anyway.
I'm gonna do the thing.
I'm gonna do the thing. Don't do the thing. I did the thing.
Son of a bitch.
She's a sweet dog, but she is dumber than a post. And then at other times, she's like way too smart for her own good. She's like the smartest dumb dog I've ever had. And she's 90 pounds, so she can literally come up and put her face on my desk. What, you eating some? Am I sure it's not a cat? I'm pretty sure.
American chop suey.
Ooh. I might make a ramen bowl after session's done.
I have ramen.
So, after, like, not even a minute, Ritan Kess walks over to you with a book in his hands.
Okay, and she just kind of like cocks an eyebrow under the mask and holds her hands out?
You look at it, and you can swear that you hear the faint sound of whispering as he gets closer. And it's made of this leathery, grayish, like leathery material and grayish white inlays.
Okay, well the fact that it's whispering immediately sets off all the alarm bells in her, and she kind of like has her hands out as he's approaching, then she's like, And then she reaches for it again. Because she thinks that's what she's supposed to do.
Like, as he's walking, like, as soon as he gets to her, he's gonna, like, flip open the cover of it.
Okay. I'm going to send you a DM.
If I have to make a saving throw, I swear to God I'm gonna kill you. Read an evil book, make a saving throw, immediately go to you. It's like when you, it's literally when you smell something bad and you look at your friend and go, here, smell this. It's awful. No, why would I want to do that?
Send you a DM.
I have nothing.
Not you.
Oh. Well, you just said you after referring to me, so I was very confused.
He'll turn it so Ritan can see it, and then look at Rax and wave Rax over.
Okay, what do I see?
You see writing that you don't understand, and it looks like some kind of spellbook.
She immediately, like, points her armored finger down at the book. I can't read that.
Neither can I. It was worth a shot. Rax.
Well, I would certainly hope that whatever it is isn't in Celestial.
Rex trots over because he's like, ha, reading time.
And he hands the book to Rax.
Cyrus and Perrin, you've probably both been investigating what you've been investigating at this time, so, you know, you'd be free to join the group if you wanted to. Rex, I'm gonna send you a DM.
Oh boy.
You can roll me a disadvantage Arcana.
Okay.
Not you. Rex. No one else knows I'm DMing you. You have no idea what any of that is, Rex. But if you wanted to flick through it, you could see if you knew any of the spells inside.
Ritan takes a pretty healthy step back from that book.
If Cass will give you, you can flick through it.
Rex, as you're stepping away, he'll be like, give you a look.
Whispering books are not good.
Yeah, you all hear it whispering as you get close.
What were you saying, Keeper? I'm sorry, I talked over you.
I said I handed it over to Rax as soon as he got there. 'Cause I
Rex.
know for a fact he could.
This book is ice cold in your hands.
So he's gonna, like, he'll take it and he'll sort of just be like, oh. Noticeably on his face, he'll be like, oh. Because he doesn't expect it to be cold. And he's gonna just start flicking through it
Something wrong.
cold.
She takes another step back.
Don't step back too far. I'm standing behind.
She
No,
gets
I'm
Can I
like-
go investigate this bookshelf?
Okay, roll me an investigation, please. While all of this is happening.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing. You know, unmarked spines, fictional novels. Same old, same old. Decent stock of a library.
If I walk around the room, do I get any more pings, or is it the only?
That's the only, other than the magic items on your party, that's the only
Right.
things you get.
Okay.
Perrin actually seems really fucking magical. Like you're getting multiple pings in his direction. It's kind of like, oh, and it's like ping, oh, wait, another one? Like, you know, it's just constantly going off. Like, I think, what, 3 or 4 at least? Correct me if I'm wrong.
I think technically it's only 2 at the moment.
2. Okay.
Oh god.
Well, 3 because you've got a magic item.
Oh, true. Yeah.
3.
He's getting pings off of me now too.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Because I don't think he's ever used that around me.
I haven't, but I expected to get magic off of most of the people in the party, if
Yeah.
not everybody.
Yeah.
Mhm. That's awkward.
You're not getting exactly where they're coming from, but there's definitely like a few pings per person. But other than that, that's the only non-party related ping.
Okay.
But yeah, Rex, you know what you know.
He just kind of, well, it doesn't have anything to do with the manor, but does Ritan do that?
Oh yeah.
It's a necromancy book. There's a bunch of spells in here.
I'm sorry. It's a what? Book?
Necromancy.
She goes very still.
Takes the book, he closes it. He hands it back to Kess.
I don't want it. You have it.
No, more along the lines of like, okay, I'll have him put it back where it was.
Back where it came from, or so help me.
Gonna actually pick it.
If you didn't do that, he would debate taking it. Sorry, I'm sorry, Keeper.
No, it's okay. That's why she said it.
Go ahead,
Wait,
Keeper.
Dan actually says that?
Yeah, put that thing back where it came from, or so help me.
Sit back where you found it.
Part of me wants to try to burn it, but probably not in the library.
Or in a house that, you know,
Yeah, we're in.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, I'm gonna go check the other bookcases that we haven't looked at.
Shaprax is gonna go down to this one.
Pick a bookcase.
I'll recheck this one now that I'm not looking for the magic item.
Oh god.
You're rechecking the pink one?
Yeah, because the first time I was just looking for the magic item.
With the check that you made, nothing else of note. You got a natural 20. Like, I'm not gonna make you recheck a bookshelf you did a nat 20 on.
Can I help him look at a different one? Never mind. I said that I was gonna check it.
So we'll go Ritan first.
Oh, this will be freaking funny.
Roll investigation, please.
Yup!
Yeah.
That's about what I was expecting.
Sorry, give me a moment.
I'm good at a lot of things, just not brain things.
So, yeah, nothing really catches your eye. A lot of the spines of the books are just like more fiction novels, casual reading. Like, you get the impression that there's a large collection of lots of different books in lots of different languages, but a lot of it is just light reading. Rax, please. In fact, Osiris, roll me investigation, please. Nope.
Oh.
Nothing catches your eye.
My turn.
Mm-hmm.
Yay!
I think yeah, me too. Okay, give me a second. What one are you standing in front of? I was gonna ask you what color you were standing in front of. You have no fucking idea.
Nope.
I mean, it does. I'm shedding 40 feet of bright light.
No, the GM colors so I can correspond with my notes.
Oh!
I have them color coded.
That's good. That's smart.
Yeah, right? But you guys can't tell me. So these shelves seems to be filled with different kinds of teaching and educational materials, books on learning languages, math, writing, proper etiquette, how to present yourself properly in high society. It's sort of like a mix of both social and mental learning. All of these books seem well used and old. But that's all you find there. And Kess. Nothing really catches your eye in this bookshelf. These books seem like a mix of old and new. And a lot of them are... The older ones look well read, and the newer ones look like they've never been touched.
Okay.
Silly question, potentially.
Are you talking to me or the party?
Mhm.
To me, okay.
Mhm. Can I kind of do a general sweep of the room looking for hidden compartments, anything that sticks out like it shouldn't be there? Like maybe this book is kept under like a secret like room. I don't know.
Okay. So roll me a... You know what? I'll give you investigation. Unless you prefer perception.
I'd kind of prefer that. It's not
Give me
much better.
perception. I will give you a perception. It means you might not find the same thing.
Oh.
Okay! You're... Actually, you know what? Because everyone else got this, you're getting it too.
Hooray!
Rax doesn't want to learn necromancy?
Rax knows necromancy, but he's not going to tell her. And like I said, he was debating taking the book, but they'll know it was probably him, or they'll know somebody took it, and Ritan would probably stab him.
Debating not leaving the book behind, but he put it away because Ritan sounded not happy.
Yeah. Yeah, like Rax read the beginning and it's like, ooh, these are some fun ones.
Rutan's doing a sweep of the room. What's everyone else doing?
I have no idea.
You're welcome to double check bookshelves that you haven't been to,
Rax will
if you like.
probably
I'll give you
just.
each one new bookshelf each.
Has anybody checked this one?
Perrin did.
Okay, I'm checking.
Perrin and Ritan are sort of over in that bottom corner at the moment. During Ritan's sweep, so there's the two of them down there currently, like, looking over that corner.
I'm gonna recheck this one.
Rax is gonna recheck this one.
Yeah, please do.
Question.
Hmm?
Yeah.
Could I use my mason's tools to kind of tink along the? Is the wall? Are the walls made of stone?
No.
No, they're made of wood. Then
Yeah, wooden wallpaper,
never mind.
unfortunately. This room's wooden, I'm afraid. Or, well, the walls that you can see are.
We're gonna pull a Torvald.
Well, no, I mean,
But you're welcome
Kind
to
of
go
makes
check
it
another
different.
bookshelf if you'd like to.
I'll go ahead and go to this one.
Okay. So, we'll go Kess first. Nope. Pretty much it's the same as what Perrin saw. Unmarked spines. Lots of different colored books. We'll go Rex next. Nothing catches your eyes. Same thing. A lot of the spines have writing. For what you can read, it's fiction novels. Definitely more for casual light reading. And we'll go for Perrin next. Ooh.
Ooh boy.
Oh, buddy. Just patiently waiting to be told I finished my sweep.
Just waiting for that necromancy book to jump off the shelf.
I'm waiting for it to start shit too.
Rax is still debating whether or not to go and grab it and take it.
That is your choice.
He's leaning towards no so he doesn't get stabbed by you.
Kess just doesn't want to leave it behind and let somebody.
I just had an interesting thought.
So, Ritan, you're sort of doing this glance as everyone else. Cyrus, did you check another bookshelf?
No, not that time.
Would you like to? Since I gave everyone the option.
Yeah, you're gonna throw the one book you found on the desk that is closest to.
Okay. throws a book on the desk, and then pick another
Yep.
bookshelf.
Try the one next to Kess.
Okay, so I'm gonna say the same thing I said to you as I said to Keeper. Ritan is currently skirting around there with Kess, and Perrin just walked away from there. You still want to look at it? There's like 3 people in that corner.
Yeah, I'll shoot from a different one. Shoot. Haven't looked in that corner yet.
Okay. I'm gonna put you over there, Ritan.
Cool.
Roll me investigation, please. Cool.
Oh boy.
Oh boy, indeed. Some.
We got all of the secrets today.
All of them. The worst part was during my first one tonight, I had a sneezing fit. So I was trying to like hyper focus on what I was being said so I wouldn't like sneeze and not hear it. Oh, the sneezes hurt so bad.
I bet.
Because I was like, wait, no, not too loud. Thankfully, I muted myself so the stream didn't have to hear me sneezing over the secrets. Can you imagine going to watch this and be like, oh my god, Ritan got a secret. All it is just sneezing and you're like, come on!
Ritan's secret. Achoo, achoo, achoo.
Achoo, achoo, achoo.
Zoe says like 3 words. Achoo, achoo, achoo.
Yup.
4 more words. Achoo, achoo.
No, it was just 2 really bad ones. And they were the ones that, like, you're like, oh no, maybe I won't, maybe, oh no. Oh no. And then I did the first one, I was like, okay, I feel not again! It's also really bad to hold in your sneezes, guys. I actually dislocated a rib doing that once.
That's
So don't do that.
yeah. That's
Just let them go. Let them go.
You
Yeah.
see what you see.
Okay. And she just kind of... She makes like a little whistling sound. Like... And... kind of starts like feeling up the side of the bookcase that she's looking at. If I give it a little pressure, does it give?
You can roll a strength check.
Cool. Hell yeah. It,
Doesn't
oh,
seem
this
to
is...
give. It's a floor-to-ceiling bookshelf.
Yeah. I know.
And it's very heavy and stacked to the brim with books, but it doesn't seem to give.
Okay. She's not stupid enough to go and try the other side. Her intelligence is higher than that.
You all watch Ritan try and struggle with his bookshelf.
Rex looks over and he goes, mm-mm. Not again.
She gives you the come here.
Rex points at Perrin.
The cleric walks back over to the desk again and pops another book down.
I look back up from the bookshelf. Huh? What? Huh?
Come here.
Okay. Go ahead and walk over there.
And as soon as you get over, she gestures down at the floor in front of the bookcase.
And as she does, what you see, which you didn't see before, are very faint marks on the floor that almost look as if one of the bookshelves has been moved a lot. It almost looks as if it could swing open like a door. And it's the southernmost bookshelf.
Okay.
I already tried. It's too heavy for just me.
Have you tried moving any of the books on the shelves?
Huh.
You can either both roll individual investigations, or
I
you can
will
one of you can
assist
assist.
you.
So if you're being assisted, please roll with advantage.
Oh, you are so much smarter than me.
You're putting your hands over the surfaces of all these books. They all feel like books.
Right, help me try to pull it first. Maybe it was just too heavy, and then worst case, I'll just tear everything off the shelves.
Sorry.
Oh no, I'm sure someone else is finding that hilarious too.
Someone, you can either do individual or you can assist one another.
Some more here now. Whoops.
That's up to you.
I'll assist you.
Okay. Yeah, yeet.
Nope. Still does not budge.
Pretend to start tearing all the books off the shelf.
Okay.
Like,
So-
just throwing them on the ground?
Literally just like.
As far
As-
as Ritan can reach up,
Yep.
you just start sweeping shelves. Perrin, what were you gonna say?
As she starts going, say, "Wait, hold on, hold on."
And she's already a shelf through by the time you say hold on.
And she stops.
Hold on. I got distracted by you wanting me to help you. Hold on. I'm gonna walk back over to the shelf over here, and I'm gonna pick up the book I found.
She's still got her hands up, just waiting.
Second shelf ready to go.
Yup.
And I'm gonna go bring it over and show her the cover.
What does it say?
Okay.
What books say to you?
Ouch.
Alright, I will be right.
Shouting it.
Rex, Osiris, and Kess.
I
You've
think
all
Keeper just stepped away.
Yeah,
a sec.
Okay.
so too.
That's okay. You've all basically just witnessed Ritan yank a shelf worth of books off this unit, while both of them tried to struggle trying to move it, and then Perrin went over to a bookshelf, came back, showed Ritan a book, and she says something out loud in Celestial. And on your shoulder, Rex, you get a very almost not offended, but kind of like, those are some choice words, kind of like who
It's clutch
shuffle.
pearls.
Yeah, it's kind of like, oh my, and you kissed your mother with that mouth. That's what you get in your head.
Max kind of chuckles, but as he looks over him, he looks at the books that Osiris put on the desk. And I'll walk over that way. He's assuming they're dealing with the other bit.
Okay, are you reading them? The front of them?
Yeah. Books.
Okay, so the one on the top, you see, hold on, what bookshelf is that? You see, in Abyssal, the words, the myth, legends, and lores of vampirism.
Uh-huh.
On the, on the front of the first book.
Slides that one off and looks at the one under it.
Hold. Because I'm gonna send you these.
Oh boy. Am I the only one that can read these?
You're the only one that could read that one. The other one underneath it is... What shelf is this? It doesn't have any writing on the front of it, but the cover itself looks like a mismatched leathery mix of patchworks that stitched together more like surgical than a normal way that a book would be done for a book cover. Are you touching it or lifting it, or it doesn't say anything on the front or the spine. It's just these different dark colored, they're kind of like a mix of like dark grays and dark browns and a little bit of like a peachy brown color.
Me doesn't want to touch it. Rax wants to touch it.
So does Rax touch it?
Yes.
Okay, you pick it up. And as you're sort of running your hands over it, texture doesn't really remind you of leather. It reminds you more of dried out meat or skins.
Me has an idea. Me does not like that idea.
Does he open the book?
He'll open it to the first page.
On the first page, the first line is literally, "So, you want to become a lich?" And it continues on. It starts with a potion in a phylactery, the makings of which is forbidden knowledge that takes a tremendous dedication and research. The potion crafting itself is one ritual, the crafting of the phylactery is another. Once the wizard learns these rites, gathers the ingredients, and performs the rituals, the resulting potion must be imbibed. There are two possible outcomes. One, the potion is a failure, the wizard is poisoned and dies slowly, agonizingly death, and the souls are tormented for committing such a forbidden act. Or two, the potion is a success, the wizard is poisoned and dies slowly, an agonizing death, but reanimates within 48 hours and the soul is successfully transferred into the waiting phylactery. It's a light-hearted idiot's guide to becoming a lich.
Rax is gonna close it, put it back down, grab the other one.
Okay, I'm gonna send you the lich description. You grab the other one.
Yeah. And he's gonna open up that one.
Okay, the first page just shows the title again.
Yeah.
As a book does. The second page has 18 chapters in it. Or more.
Mm-hmm.
It only shows 18 on the first page, but the 18th chapter is the one that catches your attention because it says how to make sure vampires die and stay dead.
All the way to 18.
You flick through, and it basically says that when you basically kill a vampire, they have the ability to turn into mist. This doesn't mean they're dead. It means that they have 2 hours to find their resting place. If they are in the sunlight or if they are in running water, they cannot turn into mist, and this will instantly kill them. If they cannot reach their final resting place in 2 hours, they will die and cease to exist. If you find them in their resting place and their body has rematerialized, you can stake them through the heart with a wooden stake, and they will be paralyzed and immobilized until the stake is removed. If you then put the body in running water while the stake is in their heart, they will cease to exist.
Cool.
I will send you.
Is this an abyssal? All of it?
It's all in Abyssal. Yep, the whole book is in Abyssal.
So, is there a book on, like, well, like, not book, a chapter that says, like, what the fuck is a vampire?
Chapter 1.
Alright, so...
Vampires and you. No. No, this one isn't lighthearted. This one's like a serious documentation of all the myths and, like, it does say on the front, you know, myths, legends, and lore. So you're not sure how accurate it is, but it does seem to be like a... It's organized as if it's the factual book.
Right.
But you flick to the first chapter, it kind of starts off with, you know, legends believe that there are humanoid beings who can survive beyond their years by consuming and embracing undeath. They don't feed, they don't eat, they don't exist the same way as natural humanoids, and they must be embraced by someone, and then laid to rest to rise the next day. They must be placed in a coffin because that's where their body will be bound until they are dead. And this will be where they return to should they fall victim to vast amounts of damage to their physical form. It's believed that they can drain the life force of living beings. They are believed to consume the blood of humanoids and prefer to do so to keep themselves alive. They do still have to rest the same way as humanoids do, but prefer to do so during the hours of sunlight rather than moonlight, and they seem to be stronger at night and in places that they have kept their resting place, so their domain. It's said that stronger ones can control lesser beings of their type. Usually it's only one underling, but there has been rumors of vast amounts close enough to the sizes of armies that are under 1 or 2 head vampires. It's said that there are things that they cannot do, which will be documented in later chapters. And it is advised that should you meet one, and should you know that they are a vampire, to follow the steps in chapter 18 to ensure your safety. But yeah, it basically gives you like the very rough DMG guide of what a vampire is.
Okay,
It
does
doesn't
it give...
tell you like their abilities or anything, it just tells you like they suck blood and they bite people.
Does it give a physical description of what they might look like?
It says that usually their features are more feral and gaunt and harsher features, you know. They definitely don't look soft like a humanoid. They retain, like, for example, if a human is turned, they retain their physical appearance, but their skin gets paler. And they get, like, a much more sharper look in their expression. They also tend to have glowing red or glowing orangey red eyes.
Ding, light bulb when he reads that bit.
Yep. There is a chapter at the end. If you're looking through the rest of the chapter list, there's 23 chapters in total.
Okay.
The final chapter is existing as a vampire and living among humans. If you want to flick to that page, that's the only one that seems to really catch your attention again.
There's none of them that say, like, returning from, or, like, undoing it or something?
Like a cure?
Yeah, well, undoing it.
Nothing specifically mentioned in the chapter list.
Mm-hmm. So then he'll go to the last one.
So, at the start of that chapter, it says, avoid sunlight. Avoid feeding openly. And that there are rumors that a wizard from an island to the south can create a piece of jewelry that allows you to walk in sunlight.
Okay.
It also notes that there's no known cure, but people are looking to reverse the effects. And then there's a disclaimer that says, information here may not be accurate. It is a complete, like, the individual who wrote this book is using personal information and not proven facts.
Okay.
It's kind of like, don't sue me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, gotcha. Don't sue me if you get eaten. Sorry, bud.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
That's all that's of note.
Mm-hmm. That you can do in, like, your just quick cautionary glances while
Yeah.
Which is
equally cool.
Osiris Rex walks up to the table, looks over the books that you had found, seems quite interested in the one that you didn't understand, and starts reading through it.
Okay, sorry, I just stepped back.
No, it's okay. I just finished as well.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But I heard most of what you just said.
Yeah, basically Rax walks up and goes, "Ooh, what are those?" And then picks up the one you couldn't read and goes, "Ooh." Yeah, Ritan and Perrin. What are you up to?
She's like still kind of like bent over, like staring at this after having said what she said, and kind of gingerly reaches out to like 2-finger lift it.
Like, smelly socks.
Kind of like
Uh-huh.
maybe she's worried it might bite.
Doesn't bite. Feels like a book.
Does he let it go?
Yeah, I'll let it go.
And she is immediately going to, yeah, come on. And as she's walking back toward the middle of the room, she's gonna start flipping through it.
Okay, so I'm gonna send you the list of chapters,
Yeah, cool.
and you tell me which one you'd like to do.
Yeah,
quickly.
because she would immediately like go through the index if there was one. Continue while I look.
Yeah, Rax is reading a book in front of you, Osiris. Kess, you witness Ritan an entire shelf of books after they tried to move a bookshelf and just leave the books spread across the floor. Perrin brought over a book to Ritan, which she now seems completely engrossed in. Perrin, what are you doing? Are you staying over there with the destroyed bookshelf book placemat, or like, are you going over to the middle? Yes, no, maybe.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and walk over to the tables just to
Okay.
wait till they find something interesting.
Yep.
Go ahead and just like pop up here.
Cass, are you walking over with them, or are you going to investigate where Ritan just
Yeah,
fucking...
no, I'm headed back over to the squad.
So Ritan and Rex are very, very intently reading. What's everyone else doing? Just chilling at the tables?
Yeah, like if there's a book that I can read that was set down, I'd like.
There's a book on the table that Osiris put down.
Can I read it?
The cover doesn't have anything on it.
I'll like flip it open.
Okay, so hold that thought because let me tell you what it looks like.
Okay.
When I find it again, hold on.
Then maybe I'm not flipping it open.
Osiris is like feeling his own skin and kind of like, you know, plucking at it just a tiny bit. The feel the elasticity.
You look over at the book that Osiris had thrown on the table, and it looks to be a mishmash of different leathery patchworks that seem to be sewn together in a more surgical way than natural from what a book would be made. There's colors of like grays and dark browns and like a peachy brown color that just sort of patchwork their way over this. Are you still touching this book?
Well, somebody else touched it, so yeah, I'll like pick it up and look at it.
So you pick it up, and as you're sort of running your hand over it, there's nothing written on the spine or the cover or the back of it. But this feeling doesn't remind you of the normal leather that books are bound with. It's closer to the feeling of dried out meat or skin.
So, kind of more like the first book I picked up.
Kind of. Yeah, but this one's definitely more, like, it's definitely not as uniform as the first one you picked up. This one's like, someone put this together, whereas the other one was like, it was made. This is like a collection of things that made this cover. The first one was like one big sheet.
He's gonna set it back down and then flip open the cover while it's sitting on the table.
Okay, so anyone who isn't Rex and Ritan, if you want to read this, you can read over Kess's shoulder. And the top
I will
line,
do so.
the top line of this book literally reads, "So, you want to become a lich?" And then it continues.
Immediately closing the book.
You don't even want to read the rest of what's on the page?
Nope.
Okay, so no one else sees anything else.
I'm so glad I didn't see that book. I'm so glad Ritan did not see that book.
Coward.
Actually, would Kess even know what a lich is?
You can roll me an Arcana with disadvantage. Anyone who saw the title can. You
Yeah,
have
so
no fucking idea.
So, Kess is gonna continue to read. I lied.
You said with disadvantage?
Yes, please.
I lied. I don't know what a lich is. So.
Nope. And Osiris, you rolled already and have no idea.
Yep, I'm still looking over his shoulder.
Okay, so you kind of like, you go to slam it and then you're like, wait, why am I scared? And you open it again and it continues. It starts with a potion and a phylactery, the making of which is forbidden knowledge, that takes tremendous amounts of dedication and research. The potion crafting itself is one ritual, and the crafting of the phylactery is another. Once the wizard learns the rites, gathers the ingredients, and performs the rituals, the resulting potion must be imbibed. There are two possible outcomes. One, the potion is a failure, the wizard is poisoned and dies a slow and agonizing death, the soul being tormented for committing such a forbidden act. Or two, the potion is a success. The wizard is poisoned and dies a slow and agonizing death, but reanimates within 48 hours, and the soul is successfully transferred into the waiting phylactery. It's a light-hearted idiot's guide on how to become a lich.
So after reading that, he will then close it much more carefully because now he kind of has an understanding. And he's just gonna push it back a little bit across the table.
Okay.
Ritan is intently focused on this book.
By this point, Brax's face goes from curious face to not really, like, it's notably curious at the start, but he's reading it a lot more focused. Like, he's reading this part for a reason, and it's almost like visible that like his posture changed a little. I don't know how long it would be before you guys all see him kind of have a light bulb moment as he's reading.
I'm not sure how Ritan looks right now. DM, I'll leave that to your discretion.
Ritan is definitely reading intently.
Yeah.
There's curiosity there, but also as if information is being relayed and retained. Rax, you get a light bulb probably right about the time that Kess slams the book shut the second time.
So you see visibly he like something clicks in his head, and then he flips back to the front, flips all the way back to the back, and then continues reading even more focused than like the second part when he just started reading. And then after a few minutes, he kind of closes the book, puts it down, and he says, well, got good news and bad news right now.
Bad news first.
It takes Ritan a second to like pull her. Like, it's almost like she's pulling her focus away from what she was focusing on, and kind of blinks a couple of times.
You good?
Yeah.
Well, very, very hushed. He kind of like leans into everybody so he's not screaming it. Goes, well, I think they're vampires.
Does that jog anything from what I've been reading?
From the chapters that you've read, no.
Okay.
There's been no specific usage of that word.
Okay.
Or descriptions that would match.
Okay, I just didn't know if particular phrasing was jogging.
For Ritan, probably not.
Yeah.
Even with the job that you have.
Does Ritan know anything about vampires?
I'm going to put out a very cautionary no, but you can roll. I'm gonna go with religion with disadvantage.
Fair. Since I'm not, yeah.
All of you hearing that can roll with disadvantage on religion.
Oh.
Not a clue.
Oh.
Nope.
I had a straight roll.
I thought I hit.
Ooh.
Wait,
Roll once again for me, Perrin, just once.
weird. I
Yeah,
have to click.
it happens.
Hell.
Yeah, it happens. Roll 20
Ah.
dick.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Osiris, you've definitely heard of creatures called vampires. You know they're considered very dangerous, and you also know that they have a significant set of weaknesses, which was why you generally don't find them among society. Perrin, you've heard the term before, but you're not really sure if they're real.
Okay.
No one else has a fucking clue. Well, Rex, you've been reading.
I do now.
You've got an idea.
Yes.
Ritan speaks slowly and deliberately, again, almost kind of like she's retaining everything that's being said and said to her. Well, she kind of holds up this book. The previous lady before Luce is the one who found out how to make Forever Night a thing in this place 800 years ago. Or no, after 800 years of the establishment. And apparently, I mean, that kind of makes sense, I guess? I don't know. But it says, this removed the dangers of traveling during the normal hours of the day, while also plunging their pocket of the world into darkness. It was eventually named Forever Night. And night never leaves these lands.
Rex points at his book and he says, well, it makes sense because they don't like sunlight.
Alright. The only other part that I read was, and she flips to the back of the book. Apparently, Luce isn't even part of the original family that controlled the manor. She's adopted. She was adopted by the previous lady, and at 25, she was... I don't know what this means, but they use the word embraced as part of the family.
Rex goes,
Embraced as the next head of the family. I don't know what that means.
he goes, he points at his book again and he's like, they said to become a vampire you have to be embraced. So
Okay. And she immediately, like, flips back to the front of the book. I don't know if there's anything else useful in here, and she just kind of, like, thuds it down.
I can show you all a picture of the front of the book. Give me a second.
mm-hmm.
And up. If you're looking over the book after it's been pumped down onto the table, you also see at the top of it, when I get to the right fucking section, in beautiful, carefully etched golden letters in common that reads the history of Duskthane Manor, and at the bottom in smaller print that looks like handwriting rather than type or printed text, it says written by Alexander Harrington.
Those eyebrows exactly. Yep.
Rex says, so yeah, that was that was half of the bad news. That's
The other bad news.
this doesn't say anything about curing, getting rid of, nothing. It has a whole chapter on living with it, but no cure or way to get rid of it or anything along.
I don't know anything about vampires at all.
Well, I only know what I just read, and there's a wizard down south who might be able to create some sort of ring or something like that where you can wear it and walk around in the sunlight, and that's about the best way to live with it other than just avoiding sunlight. He says, but also it tells you how to kill him, and that's the more important information, I think.
I mean, that's probably a way.
I didn't hear what he said.
He linked daylight.
I didn't mean to do that. I was just looking at it.
That's actually one of the things.
Yep.
But I think it's actually just bright light, not
Nope.
actual daylight.
It does say sunlight.
Didn't actually mean it like that, but
Let me see.
I thought daylight was.
I mean, it would make sense.
I don't remember though. It might be one of those weird ones that's like called something but doesn't actually do what it is, like chill touch.
Yeah, right.
Which is neither cold nor touch
Um,
based.
Jeremy Crawford says daylight spell does not create sunlight.
There you go. This is bright light.
that's what I
Oh,
thought. That's what I
okay.
was
And she kind of
looking
like
at, but-
scratches the back of her head. Is there any? Is there anything that we, as a group, can that's in there that can help fight them?
Not really. I mean, we need running water, we need sunlight, and we need to know where their resting place is. And he kind of like says it, not fully understanding what the word means.
What was the word?
Resting place. Like not understanding the context of it properly.
Does it have to be specifically sunlight? Would I don't know how this works. Would celestial energy do anything? Does it say anything about that?
It just says sunlight. From what I could glean. But no matter what, we need to figure out we would need to figure out where their resting place is, and at this point
I think I can figure that out. Maybe. It might be in this book, and she motions at History of Duskbane.
kind of, well, he's trying to like figure the way to say it, and he says, well, I don't know how much we can do today, because points at the book again, and he says it says that they're very powerful, and especially from what he was saying, they have a lot of subordinates, and this thing says the ones that have a lot are very powerful.
So what are we supposed to do? Just leave?
Which, according to, I don't think I actually heard the guy's name, but the guy upstairs, he was saying that she controls the town,
The whole town.
and he said, but not the servants. But then he said, but he controls the. I think he was meaning the head butler controls the house.
I mean, the
And
book
she
did
controls
say
the
that
town.
he's not bound under contract to serve anymore, but he is very devoted to her and would do anything for her. And he's the one who wrote this, I can assume, which either he had very good records of the start of the house, or he's been with them for a very, very long time.
Osiris and Kess, do you have anything to add?
Kess has no idea what they're talking about. He doesn't know what the fuck a vampire is.
No one does except for Osiris. Outside of what Rax just read.
Ritan is the worst paladin for this plot arc.
So what are you guys doing?
So what do? We can't just stay here indefinitely and hope that we have a window of opportunity. There are other places, other things that are in motion, and at the same time, I'm not okay just leaving.
So you would
Especially
rather...
how we handled yesterday. We don't know if she's going to do anything to Daniel after we leave.
We don't know what she's gonna do with us if we go and try and fight her right now.
She just kind of like rests on her knuckles, like both fists on the table, and leans forward and just... I don't know what the right thing to do is.
Says, well, she just got married to the guy. At this point, if she just kills him out of nowhere, that's gonna look suspicious on her end, and it seems like she's trying to save face as much as possible with what you guys were talking about. And he does like the, I have no idea what it was, but it's whatever. And he says, from what you guys were all talking about. So that doesn't seem like what's going to happen. As of right now, the ones in danger is us. And I want to help. I really do. But I think we need to see this person in the south about that ring before we try and actually save him, or before we come back, or whatever, and come back with an actual plan of attack for this. Because right now, we are still very much unaware of what's actually going on. We have some information. We just got a little bit of information from this book, and frankly, it just it made me not want to do anything even more. Because from what he said upstairs and what this book is saying, they are very powerful, and they will kick our ass.
She's nodding the entire time you're talking. But about halfway through, you see her kind of cock her head in that very familiar gesture.
He finishes what he's
saying. Face if she's controlling the entire town. What does she care? She'll just tell them that it's fine. They obey her. They adore her. She doesn't need to save face with them.
They're not who I'm talking about.
Her story. They'll all corroborate her story. All she has to say is an unfortunate accident happened. Everyone in town corroborates it. The rest of the world will eventually eat it up. And she actually kind of like leans forward and puts their elbows on the table and like cradles her head in her hands. I don't think I could face a 6-year-old kid if I leave him here.
Well, we have other things we should probably do before we go up there anyway. I don't have any anticipation that we'll be heading that way outside of one of the things that we had written, and as of right now, I don't think this is the time.
Then when is the right time?
When we're more informed, when we have a way to get him out of here. Because right now, as it stands, our way of getting him out of here is bringing him into the sunlight and hoping he doesn't burst into flame.
We don't even know if he is.
Rex points at his eyes. I have a very, very strong feeling he is. His eyes were blood red, just like it says in the book.
I know they were, but that also doesn't mean that he's actually one of them. It could just be compulsion.
Are you willing to take that risk?
Shaprax says, I'm not willing to take that risk, especially because he said he can't even leave.
Well, then let's start reading more. We barely scratched the surface. We've barely read anything. I won't forgive myself if we leave and he dies.
What if we stay and we die?
She shuts her eyes and looks away. Then at least we die trying.
They just got married. She's not gonna kill him for no reason.
Can you promise me that? Can you vow it? Right now. Beyond a shadow of a doubt.
No. But why did they get married? Do we know that?
No. Other than politics. She gets married, it takes her off the market. People are going to stop pestering to marry into the family. It's less people exposed to the secret if she just picks someone, gets married. It's a political maneuver. That's all marriage is to most of these people.
And then if he dies, she's on the market again.
So she finds another just like him.
So why would she kill him?
Because he's inconvenient. Because there was the sliver that he disobeyed.
He's managed to survive this long.
Because he didn't say anything. Now he's opened his mouth and he told us way too much. He's a threat to her if he stays alive right now. He has a family that he thought was dead. They lied to him. They showed him images of his wife being torn to pieces to convince him that she was dead. They showed him the attack. He's been living a lie. So we condemn him for that? Or at least we tried.
I'm not saying we condemn him. We need more information. We don't know what we're up against.
Also, judging by what he said, we are up against a lot.
But he told us how to get her alone. That's what I asked him.
That would be good information.
That's why we're here. That's why we have these books.
So how do we
why-
get her alone?
That was the point of waiting an hour after everyone else went to sleep. Now we just have to find what room she's made her home in. And I can do that. I can I can detect undead. I can feel them. I can't leave a good man who has been manipulated and abused where he might die for what I asked him to do.
Kess will take a really deep breath. Are you willing to condemn us for choices you made?
I'm willing to fight for choices that I made. If you don't want to stay, you're free to go. That's your choice. Coming here was your choice, leaving here is your choice. If you can sleep at night with that choice, that's all you need. I can't. I'm sorry, but I can't.
This whole time, Rax has had like his hands on the back of the chair that's in front of him, and he's been like effectively white knuckling it like the whole time, just looking like he's deep in thought. If we feel the need to try that much, if everybody if everybody agrees to try right now, and if it gets bad, we run back, get out of here, get away from this forever night. I don't want anyone to die.
I don't want anyone to die either. I'm not asking anyone to die. I'm asking everyone to try. And her voice is like warbling.
You're asking us to run into this unknown, not as a we'll get away if we need to, as a let's go save him now. That's my issue, because
if it's beyond us, we leave.
he looks over at Kess.
Kess is just like he turned away from the group. He's like deep in.
Rex looks over at Osiris and sees what he's thinking.
If we do this tonight, that creates more problems tomorrow.
How so?
I'm supposed to see her tomorrow morning, Sarah.
Well,
If
pardon
kill
my
her tonight,
candidness. If she's dead, you don't have a meeting in the morning.
yeah, and if we kill her now, we run off. What does that look like to us? Because that's a lot of people that saw us.
I'm pretty sure if we do kill her, and it comes out that she was undead, our hands are going to be clean. I've never heard of someone being clapped in irons and thrown in jail for killing an undead.
She has a good relationship.
With what?
With Cleom.
And Ratan's eyes dart over to Perrin.
Perrin,
And then
you're
she
not
kinda,
sure
like-
about the alliances.
What was that?
You're not sure about the alliances. You
Yeah.
know there are allied forces with yours, but you don't know the the depths of how far they go. You didn't even know that's the reason you were coming along.
Ritan kind of like puts her hand up, like almost like she's being overloaded, and then kind of turns around and starts rubbing her eyes through her mask. Perrin, how much do you know about what's going on with Cleo?
Not much. I'm not really that high up wise, soldier wise. I think I was mainly picked for this because I fight differently than most of the normal soldiers that they train.
What do you
But I-
know of the Talentar?
If you're trying to tell
Alright.
there we go.
You can roll a religion check.
Just regular religion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah, just because I'm gonna use my inspiration, see if I can
Okay.
get a better roll.
Oh!
Alright.
Oh,
Whoa!
secrets.
Yep.
I'm having like Curse of Strahd flashbacks right now.
Do not bring that bad juju in here.
That is a bad juju.
Curse of Strahd, hope you have 3 character sheets ready.
I think I needed 4.
Wait, why'd you need 4?
Curse of Strahd is notoriously brutal, and your character will die.
Oh boy.
We had only one person with the original character go through that entire campaign.
There are
Everybody
a lot
had
of things
2
that
or
could
3.
go wrong.
Seems like that's the case a lot with vampires in this game.
It's not even that it's just vampires. There are just a lot of situations in that campaign where, like, one missed perception check or one, like, bad decision and a missed saving throw, your character is just dead. Like, we had a complete TPK in my first, like, our first characters got TPK'd in Curse of Strahd because we all failed perception checks. And we ended up in a situation where we all got killed. If you do happen to make it all the way to the end, the last fight is notoriously difficult.
Oh yeah.
And you have to have certain things to even be able to complete it.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know too much, just like whispers sometimes hearing around the campfire, sometimes maybe from higher ups. I don't know like how they're doing or why, but I know that the Talentar are followers of Talona, which also goes by Lady of Poison, Mother of all plagues, Mistress of disease, hails from the domain of death, all that fun stuff. But there's whispers that they're mainly gathered in the southern area of the continent, but I don't know like what cities or how far they're spread.
Would it alarm you to know that we found evidence that they've infiltrated your king's court?
Considering from what the little bit of whispers I've heard, that's a bit alarming, yeah.
I've already written to Alverdine about the Talentar infiltration into Clayum. She is aware. Or will be. If there is fallout with Clayum because we eradicated an undead threat with ties to a death cult, that is between the kings. And it will be dealt with. That is beyond us. We can only deal with what we can deal with in the moment. And I stick to what I said. And I give you my vow that if the situation is unsalvageable, if it's too dangerous, we will get out. But not trying at all is unforgivable to me. And for what I stand for. And I know I'm asking a lot, and I know you're all scared. I'm terrified.
Oh, I understand. I'm petrified about this meeting tomorrow now. Under this idea. But
Osiris,
if
I think
we're...
you're failing to understand the gravity that if we kill her, you don't have a meeting in the morning with the vampire.
And if we don't kill
Then
her,
I was
you
going to
don't have
recommend...
Then we leave.
What did Kess say? Sorry.
I said, and if we don't kill her, you still don't have a meeting in the morning.
Mm-hmm. Your meeting is the least of our worries right now.
Rex,
There's no time for us to be brave if we don't act when we're scared.
Rex reaches down and grabs his book, and he starts flipping through it again, trying to read up a little bit more and learn as much as he can.
You see Ritan's posture immediately kind of like whoosh. Thank you.
How long do you intend to sit and read for?
Well, how long has it been?
You probably, well, I mean, you guys have no concept of time whatsoever. There are no windows, there are no clocks, there's nothing like that in here that would indicate time. Or the passage of. You've been in here for a while. Bless you.
Thank you.
Probably gonna give it like a 10-minute once-over looking basically for anything to get rid of like any possible, basically me knowing what I'm talking about, trying to turn like a thrall into a full vampire so he's not under her control anymore. Getting rid of the control from a vampire is what he's looking for.
And Ritan will go back to the book that she was looking through as well.
Rex, roll me an investigation, please. Ritan, are you looking at any specific chapter, or are you just reading now?
Yeah. I'm giving you a couple. I just had to double check their numbers. Those three in particular, that I don't even know what else to be looking for.
Okay. Rex, you know what you know. Whether I will get back to you. I'm gonna give you brief stuff just now, Wither, and then I can give you more in-depth stuff after.
Yep.
Okay. So, 10 minutes of reading and flicking through books. You learn what you learn. If anyone would like to do anything else who isn't reading during that time, you're more than welcome to. Or you can just chill out at the table and watch people read. It's entirely up to you.
I want to go back to this and look at those grooves again.
Okay. What are you looking for?
So they go
Can I-
from the... Looks like it goes from like here and rotates down to this way, essentially.
Yes, so it basically goes this way.
Okay. So on this side of the bookshelf, is there anything on the actual side of it that looks...
Roll me a perception check, please. Nope, nothing on the side of the bookshelf. Osiris, what were you gonna say?
I was actually gonna do the same.
Okay, you can go over, you look at Perrin looking at the floor, you see, oh, there's scratches here. And then you see him looking up and down the side of the bookshelf. What are you doing? There's an entire shelf of books that's just been thrown. What you looking for?
I'll look over at my dwarf friend here.
Mm-hmm.
So you and I kind of point at Ritan. You guys were trying to move this?
Yeah, we tried.
Well, it looks like she has it pretty cleaned off. Have you guys tried since then?
Just one shelf out of, like,
Oh,
floor
okay.
to ceiling.
Speaking of this, how tall is the ceiling in this room?
Let me check. I have it written down. Scroll up frantically. Yes, yeah, 35 feet high.
How tall is the bookshelf in relation?
35 feet high.
Floor to
It's
Oh,
floor to ceiling.
okay.
There's maybe like a little ledge at the top, but like literally enough for a feather duster to get into, and that's it. It's a big ass bookshelf.
Did she like start in the middle of how tall she was, or did she start from the bottom now?
Ritan, I think it was above, right? You started top to bottom?
Sorry, I was like waving my hand to be like, yeah, all the way up there.
Yeah.
Oh,
top to
okay.
bottom. Would you like to continue
Can I-
ripping bookshelf the shelves? Is that what you're getting at?
No, I want to investigate the
Okay.
branches, or if there's a spot where I can get a look at up against the wall with the bookshelf.
You can't really fit between the bookshelves. There's not really a space that you'd be able to get far enough in to be able to look behind it.
Okay. I'm looking for.
What you looking for?
I'm trying to look for any mechanisms.
Okay,
But,
roll me an investigation check.
okay.
Furiously scrolls down in notes. God fucking damn it. Okay.
In my head, I keep thinking, I'm like, one of the notes that she had mentioned before, I probably should have read at least a couple of them.
Which things?
On the rolling cart.
Oh, yeah. Watch one's like, oh, press this button on the... Aw.
I told you, dude. It's literally gonna be like a code of what books we need to pull.
Osiris.
An ACC case or not. Do it.
Oh god. So Perrin, you watch Osiris goes, "Oh!" and then pushes the spine of a book, and in your face, the bookshelf starts opening out. Just like the whole
Nope.
shelf. Osiris, you're gonna get squished if you don't move. You missed the DC by 1 earlier. I was so
I
upset
did?
for you. Yeah, you rolled a 16 and the DC was 17, and I was like, I am so sorry.
The
But yeah.
worst.
The whole bookshelf moves and opens out. And what you see is, and I have a description for this. A small entry that leads into a dark, small room. The room is about 20 feet wide, 40 foot long. The roof here is only about 10 foot high, which is this. The actual entrance is like a 5 foot high, and the roof extends up to 10 feet. And at the far end of the room, there is a ladder that leads down, and that's where we'll end session.
Lovely.
Hmm.
I didn't think you'd spend the whole session in the library, though, not gonna lie.
Have you met us?
Yeah.
Yes, I have, and that's entirely why I didn't think you'd spend so much time in here.
Well, we didn't find anywhere else to go, and it took us
Yeah,
forever
we
to
didn't
find the books.
Yeah.
Or nobody said that they found any interesting books.
Yeah, Link's just like...
I was told to read one book.
I found an interesting book and immediately got told, put that thing back where you found it.
Whispering evil skin book.
with necromancy spells inside it.
Yeah, that's all I'm gonna say. Whispering icy cold skin book filled with necromancy.
Okay, that was not nearly as bad as the other skin book.
Oh yeah.
Collections
I
of
mean,
patchwork
how about
skins
we
that ask if you want to turn into a lich.
Yeah, that one.
Just don't deal with skin books in general anymore.
But the best spells are in skin books.
To be fair, the big bad skin book has bone in it too.
That's even worse.
Oh boy.
A big bad skin book. Is that the lich one or the other
The
one?
magic one. The
Okay.
magic one. It was skin and bones.
Ooh.
Gross.
I was just told it's cold when I touch it, and I was like, ooh, and it's whispering at me? This is fun.
I think my favorite thing that you said tonight is, I don't want to fucking touch this, but Rax does.
So here's the thing. Wither very badly wanted to know what that book does, because Wither loves knowing what the bad books do, but... At the same time, Wither was also like, I've touched bad skin books before, so no.
Oh,
Rax
I have
touched two
some
bad
that I
skin
will-
books tonight, and read both of them. Well, like, the beginning pages, at least.
I was excited building this library because I was like, ooh, what books can I put in here?
Me Jovial Tom.
The Demonomicon was almost in there.
No thanks.
And I was like, do I trust my players not to put this back? Like, give them the big shiny and they'll probably take it.
Yeah, probably.
They have Rex and Osiris.
The
Kess,
only
they
reason
don't.
that he let the book go back was because Ritan was hell-bent on that getting put back on the shelf.
Ritan took steps back from that book.
It's not as bad as some of the other ones that were almost in there.
And it's
No,
not even as bad as
I'm
the
just saying,
lich
it
one. I'm
wasn't-
adamant about that.
It wasn't the fact that it was like Ritan didn't want anything to do with that book, it was the fact that Ritan wanted to get away from that book.
Right.
Boy. Heavy session though. I hope you're all okay.
Yeah.
It was a good one. I'm sorry that Kess got split off from the party for like an hour.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I felt really bad.
I made my bed. I lied in it.
You
I
sure
want
as
you to
fuck did.
know. I want you to know that as soon as I saw the ballroom when we came back It was, oh no, we left Kess alone with the lady who shot him!
Yeah. Yeah.
I
There's
felt
the lady of the
instantly bad.
house.
Huh?
I just
There's the lady of the house.
Yeah! I felt bad as soon as I saw where you were.
Ritan, Wither, see when you highlight this stream, you're gonna
Yeah.
need to change the title because it says episode 1.
Oh, does it?
And I just noticed that.
Oh, yeah, I'll fix it.
I just noticed it.
I'll fix it.
So people thought they were coming for a premiere.
No! My bad. I thought I typed it, but I guess I didn't. I got everything else right.
Yep, sure did. I mean, shortest title so far.
R.
Oh boy, what a session. Welcome officially to Duskbane Manor.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then I need to talk to you more about the stuff that I found.
It's up to you if you have any more questions about the chapters you read.
Okay.
But you're only gonna have 10 minutes to
Oh,
read.
no. You just made it sound like you were going to give me more information later.
If you decide to read the book at a later date, I can give you
Okay.
information on the book.
Okay.
But in the time that you have in the library right
Yeah,
now...
I was just verifying since that was what you had said.
Oh, pardon me. Yeah. So, yeah.
I was just seeing which of those spells that was in the necromancy book that I could learn.
Uh-huh. You can't use the book anyway.
I know. I was just seeing which ones I could learn.
Did you look it up after I gave you the name of it?
Probably should have. Probably could too.
I don't know if I gave you the full title. Did I give you the full title?
Yeah. Well, I mean.
I did, yes.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know the title because people just showed me a book that I couldn't read and then opened it in front of me and then I was like, nope.
Yeah, you. Whether it doesn't want to know. It's a
Wither
new
does-
one from Tasha's.
Wither doesn't want to know?
No, Wither does not want to know.
Oh,
boy.
God, that's bad then.
I want to know.
Put that thing back where it came from or so help me.
It's a new
Lame.
one from Tasha's.
Mhm.
I'm excited.
And I feel like I actually know which one it is and I am horrified now. Oh no.
I'm sure I could figure it out.
Yep, you could. Very easily, by the description.
You did not.
I didn't know what.
I can't believe you put that in here. You did everything! This is your game!
Who's keeping track? Not my house, technically. But if anyone
That
has
was
any
heavy.
questions, yeah, like I'm exhausted. And we've done one room. And Daniel.
Damn, Daniel.
Boy.
I took a calculated risk.
Mm-hmm.
But damn, am
touching
I
that
bad
bar
at
and
that.
dropping Richie's name. There was a 50% chance that was gonna go the way that it did, or that it was gonna go real bad.
Oh yeah, and I had written both scenarios. I didn't drop his name. I didn't expect his name drop so quickly, but you know, sure happens.
She figured starting with that instead of the other thing might be better.
Oh, what? Starting with the what other thing? Hey, are you evil?
Or, are you Richie's dad? Because if he wasn't, well now I'm gonna go kill Richie.
Are you Richie's dad? Could you imagine how that would have gone if you had actually said it that way?
Are you Richie's dad?
No, it would have been more chairs flung in your direction.
Yep. That was why I was trying to choose Ritan's words very carefully and be non-threatening the entire time I was in that room. That was a weird mood for Ritan to be in, because usually she tries to be as threatening as she can be when she's in a room.
Yeah, it's amazing what a dress can do to a woman.
Wow.
What a disgusting!
Wow.
It's true! Tell me it's not true!
It wasn't the fact that she was in a dress.
I know, but tell me it's not true!
Yeah, it did a lot for her figure.
She grew that herself.
All natural.
Now I'm thinking about plastic surgery in D&D, and that's an interesting concept.
That's what the wish spell is for.
No! No.
Self.
No disguise kits when you're a minotaur and you shove melons down your shirt and brush pink
Oh,
powder through your
boy.
fur.
Oh my god.
That has happened.
Yep.
Fucking Ridley.
Ridley always comes up with like the weirdest, funniest, out of the box ideas.
I fucking love
And
him.
somehow they always fucking work.
Yeah, he's the only one that passed the fucking check.
But here's the thing. He does this shit. And you're sitting there as a player going, there's no fucking way this is gonna work. And you're immediately sitting there going, we're dead. We're gonna die. We are so dead. And then it works and you're like, how?
And then the dice gives him natural 20.
I'm a tile worker. I was trying to lay some tiles and I fucked up. It's gonna cost me money now.
Oh boy.
Said the
Yeah,
monk
so I
who
do
was
encourage-
throwing roof tiles at people in the street.
Yep. No, people in the building.
That's right. He was like picking up roof tiles, swinging down into the doorway, and whipping them inside. And then he would sit back up, pick up another tile, lean back down, throw it through the door. Guards come by going, what the fuck are you doing? I'm a tile worker, and it slipped out of my hand, and it's gonna cost me money now. I fucked up, and he rolls a natural 20, and they were like, alright, just try to be more careful going on. And we were all sitting there trying not to, like, draw the guards' attention, going, oh my god, how the fuck did that work?
So that's why I encourage chaos at appropriate moments. Because I will let that roll.
While you guys were talking, I was looking up the book and nice.
Nope.
Yeah, right?
Nope.
It's kind of cool, actually.
It is, but also no.
Now I'm like, damn it.
Damn it, I multi-classed the wrong way.
No, because otherwise I couldn't cast spells for shit.
Fair. This is true. My back just cracked in like 3 places and that felt amazing.
I love that feeling.
Yeah, good work tonight, guys.
I'm still happy with my multi-class choice because now I don't have to wear fucking armor. And that fits Rex so much more. It's like, I don't gotta wear this shit anymore.
That's almost how it happened. Almost. It was more of, I took it off that night and I didn't have to put it back on the next day.
Well, he just didn't. And then he was just like,
Huh.
ha! That didn't hurt.
I had a really amusing thought in the shower before session today. Oh boy. Turning up to Richie's with a new male in the party.
Oh no. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Perrin, you're not gonna get that to wear! And I can't tell you why it's funny just now!
Oh my god.
Trust me, it's worth it, and you'll find out in due time. But I had to. It's just been in my brain the whole time.
Oh boy.
Even my dog's upset now. Oh my god.
You're welcome.
I I wonder how that's gonna go down.
Oh, I already know what he's gonna say. I
On
even
both
said it.
fronts. On both fronts.
Boy, yeah.
You know what he's gonna say on both fronts.
But yeah, I laughed myself to tears in the shower and then rehearsed it in Richie voice. It was great fun. Great fun.
Oh my god. You know what the worst part is? He would die laughing.
Yep. I think both of them are going to.
Uh-huh.
Not my both. Not my both. My one and Perrin are gonna die laughing, I think.
Now I'm very confused.
The upstairs one and
Yeah.
Perrin are gonna find it funny.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Rax is gonna die laughing, and then the second that he sees Miryu, he's gonna be like, "Guess what happened?"
This is payback for telling that Kess fell asleep. This is payback. This is karma. This is karma coming for Ritan.
He fell asleep with a hooker. Boy. This party's fun.
Actually a hooker.
This is true. You'll learn it all, I'm assuming,
Oh,
at
you
some
will.
point, Perrin.
You will.
You have a long road with this party, love, and they've
Mhm.
already experienced so much.
I honestly, so here's the thing. I'm just gonna put it out there. I was actually not sure when we started game tonight how much Ritan was going to divulge to Perrin. But the way that the conversation in the library went, there was no way that she was going to be able to or be comfortable with continuing to talk circles around the situation, trying to keep him in the dark. So she had to to put out a little something to poke to see where you stood. Which is where the Talentar thing came from.
Rax still has no fucking clue, even with you explaining it. He's just like,
I know you don't.
he's like, bad people. Gotcha.
Ritan tried to explain it to you at one point, and you were like, bad people, got it.
It's the same thing as like Alec. He's just like, I'm not gonna remember that.
Those are words.
Alakai
You're
of
speaking.
Yola.
It's common. I got it.
Alakai of Olakiola.
Mm-hmm.
And there's
I almost said the other one. one. Which still hasn't come out yet. Nope.
$5 says Rax isn't gonna understand that one either.
Nope. Probably not.
He'll straight up go like, "You mean the other thing? They said not to fuck up what you said."
No, and the worst part is they sound similar, so he's gonna assume that I'm fucking.
Oh yeah, I guarantee you that's how it's gonna happen. He's just gonna be like,
Wait,
"That's
you
not
mean
what it sounded
this?
like before."
And you're gonna say it right that one time, and you're like, "You mean that? No, that's another thing. Keep them straight. They sound the same."
They were entirely intended.
He's
that
gonna
way.
straight up just, "I give up," and walk away.
I give up. I'm done.
If the situation allows, he will walk away.
Oh.
And I turn and walk away.
Yep. So, Sum and I were actually talking during one of the breaks about how Ritan's sarcastic voice is very much so like her normal voice, and it's very difficult to tell when she's fucking with you and when she's actually being serious, because a lot of her sarcasm is just kind of like deadpan. And Sum was like, yeah, if she ever says that, he's literally like, oh, we were talking about how like Ritan's making military signs in the hall, and Sum has no idea what they are. Ritan's just gonna go, you know what it means? Yell really loud so the bad guys know we're coming. And he's gonna be like, yeah, I might actually like think that's what it is.
That didn't. I said whether he thinks that's what it is or he does it to be an asshole, you'll never know.
Yep. And again, because the problem is, Ritan would say it the exact same way, whether she was actually being serious about what it meant, or if she was using her deadpan snark. It's her downfall, the fact that her sass is like her normal voice.
I'm sorry that Lady taught you so.
Who?
Exactly.
I'm not sorry.
I'm not sorry for him either.
That's the problem, is like that's where she got it from. And everyone thinks he's a pain in the ass. And then
He's not a pain in the ass though.
no,
He's a joy to be around.
he really is.
And I'm excited for the day of the reveal.
Of the re-reveal.
All over again. And I have so many plans.
Oh, I bet you do, because now it's gonna be fun.
I mean, it was fun before.
It was fun before, but now it's fun again.
Are we gonna be
playing?
What?
Never mind.
Tell me. Oh, DM incoming. Hold on, let me put my dice away. Maybe. Oh boy. Whew. Well, I don't know about you, but I am tired.
Yeah.
Mentally tired. Physically, I'm like, woo!
Yeah, I'm probably gonna be in bed reading until like 2 in the morning again.
Well, I'm not.
Yes. Yes, some.
I sent her the same thing I sent you, Zelda.
Yeah, but
Oh,
if you have any
man.
questions, let me know.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And we will pick up next week, which is the 17th.
Oh, it would have been cool if we had episode 17 on the 17th.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
No,
Okay.
I was just
I'm
saying it would have
trying.
been cool.
We can just have 2 episodes.
Since I named this one episode 1 on X.
18, 19, 20, 21. Oh, we have episode 21 on the weekend before the 21st of February.
Wait.
What? Wait.
We're playing the day after my birthday! It's like
We're playing-
Christmas!
3 days after my birthday.
My birthday is the 20th of February.
Mine's is the 21st of January.
Oh.
Oh shit. Well, we'll get there.
When was episode 1? I forget.
Like 6 years ago.
It feels like it. It feels like it's been way longer than it actually has.
Mm-hmm.
But also, I'm surprised I got as far as I did. I was saying this to Fern the other day. I was like, I'm surprised we're as far in as we are. But also, that it's going really well. And I'm happy and I'm proud of myself.
I'm having fun.
I'm so happy that Osiris found that thing, because I was about to try to do something that I've been
Well, you
thinking
might
about for like a long time, but I didn't
Oh,
want to
no.
do it if I didn't have to.
Is it a certain ability by any chance?
Yes.
Oh,
Mother
boy.
Christ. I'm gonna tell you now, you still wouldn't have been able to move it.
Well,
At least the worst you have to expect from me is that I'm just gonna rip all the books off of the bookcase.
If you had done the next shelf, you would have found it.
God damn it! That's it! Return just ripping books off of bookcases for now. That's it! That's it! Just indiscriminately.
Oh boy.
Just indiscriminately yeeting books. She does not care anymore. She does not care.
So it's Perrin's fault that we didn't find this sooner.
To be fair, he missed by one.
Yeah.
And then
But
Ritan
then
missed the
Not
bookshelf.
Ritan
Yeah,
from the Next one.
Yeah.
I mean, realistically, we found it shortly after we found all the other information, and I wasn't fucking going anywhere until we had more information about this.
Oh no, completely agree.
Yeah.
You all, like, a lot of the DCs for the bookshelves you looked at, there's a couple of them that were quite high. There was a 19 and a 17. And then the rest of them were, like, 13s and 12s, and you guys were rolling lower than 10. And I was like, oh, for fuck's sake.
That's kind of like where as a DM you have to start throwing people a bone because it's like, god damn it.
Yeah, that's why I was like, would you like to double check bookcases other people have checked?
Prime example, Zoe, when Mortanos kept trying to cure that freaking guy and kept rolling like 2s. And I was like, oh my god, here, like, I'll just throw you a bone. Have advantage. Rolls like 2 9s, and I was like, oh my god.
Uh-huh. And
I
that's
tried
when he
so hard.
bitch slapped with Greater Restoration.
Yep, he coated his hand in diamond dust and bitch slapped a Greater Restoration upon this poor guy. He was so frustrated. That was the most frustrated cleric I have ever seen. Oh. He was more a paladin in that moment than anything.
C'est la vie.
Oh.
Hey, some just went live according to Twitch.
Neat.
Hey!
Wow.
Whew.
Oh boy. Yeah, good session, guys.
Yeah.
I have way too much information written, so I don't have to do any prep for next week.
Best.
I'm so excited. I
Isn't
have
that the
like
best?
pages and I was saying to some earlier, I went from like 23 pages of information to almost 42.
Whew, that'll happen.
Yeah, and I was like, okay, and if you guys rip through this tonight, I have to improv a whole session.
There was no way we were gonna rip through all this.
Yeah, but it also was like, depending on how many doors you open.
Yeah.
I had one in mind, and that was about it. And I was like, well, I guess we're going upstairs.
Well, so my thought was like as soon as I saw the doors at the end of the hallway, I was like, I feel like it's not gonna be toward the front of the house because like usually when you think of like Victorian manors, the library is not at the front of the house. They keep that in the back. Because it's mostly for the people who live there, not like the guests.
But
It's not where like
the only
it's not like it's
reason
designed...
I would imagine it to be like down here, purely because like you have it back here by the guest rooms. That seems just weird to me. So like maybe off of the ballroom or something. But I was like, we're here. We'll check this room, and then it was like, yeah, got it.
You don't know if they were always guest rooms?
Yeah,
True.
Could have been storage rooms. Could have been something else.
Either way.
Guest rooms could have been added at a later date. Could have just been a big empty hallway at that point.
Still seeming going all the way around to the
Sure.
very back end.
Yeah, this place is built a bit funky. Wait till you get
Well,
upstairs.
old manors actually are like built completely nonsensically.
True.
It's like, and over here we have the greenhouse. Okay, but it's like on the complete like weird fucking end of the house. Doesn't matter. Oh, and by the way, the library is right next to the greenhouse. Why would you put those next to each?
Yeah, the greenhouse is right here, and then completely on the other side of the entire estate is the garden.
Yep. Yep. Can't have them on the same side of the house. Why?
No.
Just the rules.
And you can't really repurpose a greenhouse all that. You could, but
Not really.
turn it into like a sunroom.
Yeah, I guess like a big open, like I guess you could turn it into like, I guess if you wanted to like repurpose it into like one of those like grand ballrooms, because then like the only thing that you could do is like, oh look, let's have a ball, and then you can all look out through the glass windows and see the stars.
You'd have to clean that thing so fucking much.
Oh.
It's almost not worth the effort.
Yup.
I mean, you're in forever night. You can look at the stars whenever you like.
You know, they're not comforting right now.
Especially after how much Rax read about, oh, they like the nighttime.
Right.
I don't want to be here anymore.
I don't want to be here.
I was honestly waiting for Wither to DM me like, oh no, after the upstairs room. Because I'm surprised it didn't click for Wither before
It did
here.
click.
Okay. I was expecting it. How dare you?
No, it did click. but I had so much other, like, shit rifling through, like, that had my brain, like, sifting through, like, I basically imagine my brain as, like, you know, like when you're in the library and you pull out the drawer and there's, like, little index cards that tell you where everything is. The minute we got into that room, the file drawer of my brain came out and I was going tick, 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 down through all the index cards in my brain. And then when we left, I had to start going through another set. So my brain has been going, like, a mile a minute since we got up there. That was why you didn't get any messages, because I was like through all the information in my brain.
So what was it? Tuesday this week, Ghost?
Yeah, I'm looking right now. Actually, it was just on Thursday.
It was Thursday. So Thursday, I messaged Ghost. Oh wait, no, that's... Thursday was a different...
I'm excited for the story.
It's really not all that great, but basically I called that it was vampires.
He was also making a guess. We're in a vampire nest.
Yep.
It's fun here.
Thanks, I hate it.
Yep.
I don't know what you want from me.
Vampires to die.
That's your
No,
job.
the other thing is that I've been realizing since last week, and I only got to say it the one time tonight, but I had to sit there, and it hit me, like, right after last week's session. I was sitting in bed getting my book ready for the night, and my husband was tucking in for the night, and I just went, you know? And he goes, I went, I made the worst fucking paladin for this. And he goes, yeah, you really did.
Yeah. I mean, you didn't know there were gonna be vampires, though.
I also, you know, didn't take proficiency in religion or...
You don't have to.
No, I know, but, like, the one paladin that would be, like, great against vampires would be the one that's, like, the actual religious paladin. Which Ritan is not. And she's also not smart. We joke around and we say that Ritan is smarter than most of the people at Walmart.
Most.
That's an important distinction. Most of the people at Walmart. Like, she has her moments where, like, prime example was the episode where Rax, I'm still sorry about that, son. I'm still sorry about the statue.
I was half expecting this to be another statue situation.
No. I would not have been surprised. So, we had a situation where Ritan, there was a riddle, and they handed it to Ritan, and Ritan looked at it, and I actually knew it, and I just said it, and Ritan was so excited that she actually knew something, that she was smart for a change, and she had figured it out, and Rax ended up getting a bruised butt for it.
Because he was climbing on the statue that exploded and crumbled into pieces.
I
when she
crumbled
said
the statue by saying the word out loud, and then Rax was on top of it, and he fell down and bruised his butt.
Nice.
And she was like, I'm sorry, but also I'm not, because I was smart. And then we found loot because of it, and she was like, I never find stuff for being smart.
This time you did.
I'm still really happy, Kess, and Osiris, actually, from the first riddle we got, and how Rax, like, dealt with it. So we found it, and it was, I forget, was it, like, on the statue itself? Or was it, like, on the thing?
What are you talking about?
The Serpent Tower one with the envelope!
Oh, envelope?
Yeah.
That was fun.
Yeah, like, I was like...
Getting on the base of the statue.
Yeah. So Rax basically, like, stood out of the way of the statue, got everybody else to do it, and he just, like, stood there and he went, envelope! He had no idea what the fuck he was doing, but he was just like...
Like, if Ritan had higher than a 9 intelligence, she probably would have told you to get off the statue first. But for her, it was literally the fact that, like, she read the riddle and was like, it has every letter of the alphabet. Like she just, like, it was just like, oh! And she just said it out loud, then she was like, oh no. Oh. Like, it wouldn't have occurred to her that saying it out loud might actually do the thing.
Yeah.
I've also realized not to put riddles in front of this party.
I'm pretty good with
We've solved every riddle so far.
That we're aware of.
What
Apart
books
from one.
say?
Apart from one riddle. The bucket.
The
Oh,
bucket. The fucking bucket.
I was told not to touch the bucket, and I will fucking stand by that.
I will take the blame for not solving the bucket riddle because I thought the bucket was evil.
Just bucket.
I didn't
That's all it
even
was.
get a chance to
Just a bucket.
try the bucket riddle.
I mean, you could have Misty stepped into the room.
Yeah. You could have hung out with us.
I also was not allowed to do the blood
The
thing.
blood play.
It's bullshit.
I don't know Misty stuff.
I thought you did. You said there was a way you could get into the room. I can't remember what it was.
No, Osiris wanted to
Yeah,
get into the room.
Osiris. It wasn't. I couldn't get in. Heavily.
No,
I mean,
because
you could
everyone.
try.
No, because Rax was like, I can get out, but Ritan can't. And then Osiris was like, I can get in, and I was like, yeah, I could have gotten out too, guys.
I forget. How could you have gotten out?
Misty step.
Oh, I didn't realize you had that. Neat.
Rattan.
I think the three of you do.
Rattan Misty stepped during the fight in Frostbane. When we were fighting the wolves, she Misty stepped away from the two that were beating the shit out of her.
I don't remember that at all.
But
Yeah,
you-
the two like popped out of the snow and had her pinned down, so then she killed the one, and then she Misty stepped away to get the other one.
All I know is Rax Misty stepped away from the one that like jumped down off the thing, and he was like,
Yep.
"Fuck no!" He just
Yep. Yep. Yeah, Rattan has Misty Step because she's a Vengeance Paladin. It's one of, which is a really weird spell for them to have, but it's one of her class spells. It's one of her oath spells.
Rax has it because Rax has it. That's why.
It's a good spell to have. It honestly is. It's a great spell to have.
I'm realizing once I level up once more in Warlock, and I'll basically have a Misty Step and then a reaction Misty Step. It's gonna be great.
Rattan at next level is gonna be fun too.
You just have to survive that long.
Mm-hmm.
What level are we?
6.
I ask myself that every week.
Wait, what level
What
are they?
level are they? Yeah.
What can they go up against?
Oh,
Not a fun thing. I think I only get 4th level spells. And
only
I don't
four
even get 3rd level spells until level 9.
yeah, but I get 1 4th level spell. 4th level druid. 4th level druid spells aren't.
And
Yeah, but you can upcast other things at 4th
Yeah.
level that will be better.
Yeah.
I think all I get
Jan's
is the
sitting here
patron
going,
feature.
I will never exceed 5th level Arcana.
And even then,
Even
it's not
then,
even,
nope.
it's
Smite slots.
well that, but also not Arcanum, but what's the word for religion casting? Words are hard and I'm tired.
Religion casting?
Yeah,
Praying?
it's divine. Actually, that's the word I was looking for. It's divine Arcana rather than magic Arcana.
Well,
Ah.
yeah. But you'll never get past that.
Words are hard when I have dumb brain.
Religious. I was like, religious? What?
I knew what I meant.
That was on. I still love that episode where you guys were all trying to. Where Ritan was trying to explain that she's not religious, and it was just, with a god. And, with
Yeah. That's gonna be a fun talk again.
That is gonna be a fun talk again. We get
We
to
get to
have all the
relive
fun
our favorite
conversations
moments.
again! And Zoe, we get a second chance to do them better!
We're not gonna do the better. If we end up doing it better,
No, but I'm saying, you and I get another chance to roleplay it again and have fun with it again.
I was just checking my level 7 stuff. I get some pretty fun stuff at level 7 too.
Yeah.
And then the hilarious thing that I would get at level 10.
Oh, now
Oh,
you're thinking,
boy.
way.
I know, but when we were making the character, we were looking at what I get at different levels, and level 10 made us both laugh. Do you remember what it is?
Level 10 Rune Knight?
I get to roll 3d4 and I
Yeah.
grow that many inches.
Yep. You're still gonna be short.
Yeah, but
Uh...
it's just hilarious.
Yeah, the only thing I get at 9, and I can't even be upset about it, is I get 2 third-level spell slots. It's not that I get access to third-level spells, it's that I get 2 spell slots. I go from 0 to 2.
Every 2 levels I get the next level spell slot.
I think it's the same for my sorcerer.
I get to put harder things against you.
Yep.
Yay.
And the worst part is when we get to level 10, things are gonna get really bad for us because of what Ritan gets.
I don't know what I get at level 10.
Level 10? Me and any friendly creatures within 10 feet of me can't be frightened while I'm conscious.
Neat.
So stay close to our 10. But everything that could frighten you has already frightened you, so you're fine.
Yeah, now we'll never fight things that have a fright effect.
I can use both of my wild shapes to turn into an elf.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get to be an elemental, and that's gonna be a fucking nightmare for me.
So this is
I
what I'm
love-
excited about for 7th level.
Also, I swear to fuck, if you summon anything again, I will literally chop off your dick and make you choke on it.
Question on
Warning.
that topic.
What?
Choking on
I
dicks?
still have that prepared, so just as a
Warn
warning.
me. Warn me what animals you're looking at, please, so that I have a token and shit ready for them.
As the person who hasn't summoned anything in game ever can
What?
without getting yelled at. Does that count if I use summon steed so we don't have to buy one?
No, because I don't need a token for that.
Cool. You're just like, don't summon shit, and I'm like, okay.
You summon shit every time someone appears.
She just doesn't want me to use conjuring.
Yeah.
Technically,
So
I'm always
it's-
summoning shit.
So
But
this is where Ritan gets really annoying. At 7th level, your supernatural focus helps you close off a foe's retreat. When you hit a creature with an opportunity attack, you can then move up to half your movement speed immediately after the attack and part of the same reaction, and you do not provoke opportunity attacks while doing so. Ritan can make opportunity attacks just because something stepped up to her.
I mean, technically you can do that anyway.
No, that's Polearm Master.
is it an opportunity attack or is it just a...
So, Polearm
It's still a
Master
reaction,
that it is a reaction, but
Yeah, that's what I meant.
basically what happens is, because on Polearm Master, if you're wielding a weapon that meets that requirement,
Mm.
that has a reach, you not only get opportunity attacks when things leave your range, you
Mm-hmm.
get opportunity attacks when people enter your striking range, which is why every time something is stepped up to me, I've gone, I'm gonna hit it.
Okay.
Because I can use my reaction to make that opportunity attack. So, Relentless Avenger
Everybody
also
have a good
applies
night.
to that. So something steps up to me, I